For frustration is really and just we would
Our first item of business will be minutes for approval, and you should have had all those emailed to you. So I need, there is one change, and that would be the written follow-up testimony. So I need a motion to approve the minutes. Moved by Senator Representative Williams, is there a second? Second by Representative Gardner. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, committee, we have a really interesting presentation coming up from the Office of Recovery, and welcome to the committee, and tell us who you are and what you do.
Well, thank you. Julie Lorenz. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of Recovery and also the Director of Secretary.
Multitasking.
Secretary of Department of Transportation. Okay. I want to start by saying thank you for inviting me today. The Office of Recovery strives to be accountable and transparent, and it's fantastic to get to be in front of you all today. It's super efficient. I was just telling the chair, I want to get around and try to brief people at the beginning of the legislative session, so thank you for having me in today. Representative Hoffman is the only one who's been briefed on this a couple of times, so I have quite a few details, but if you just move along, we have to go a little faster. I want to say thank you to a really great team that we have in the Office of Recovery, and today we have on with us. If I need some help with subject matter expert, Secretary Burke, as well as Doug Gerber here in the audience. He leads he serves as sort of like our county liaison. And Herschel is on the phone, he runs compliance for us. Paul Harrison from KDHE and Bob North from Commerce. So they're here to answer your specific questions. And also, I want to give a shout out to our chair of the SMART committee, Lyle Butler, is also on the phone, and he has been with us from day one. So I can share recovery on the end of July. So if you have questions for every day in July, Lyle will be on the phone. And some of you may know Lyle. He was the former president and CEO of the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce, and so he's been a fantastic chair and has really carried a heavy load with this whole process, as we've gotten lots of input and lots of SMART meetings, as you'll see. Okay, Laura, go to the next slide, please. Okay, today I'll provide you an overview of the process. We had 3 rounds of funding, so I'll talk to you about the 3 rounds of funding and some of the lessons learned along the way and the adjustments that we made based on what we were learning. I'm going to start with a quick brief that shows the amount of money that came into the state. It's about $14.2 billion, and some of that came as paid as paycheck protection. Some money went directly to hospital. The Office of Recovery is specifically responsible for that $1.25 billion. So that's the money that was we are responsible I want to identify the deadline of December 31 for the expenditure of all those funds. And that is the background. Next slide. So it's called the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and we really try to apply two lenses to the way we use this money, both for immediate relief, for things like evictions and PPE for hospitals and for testing, but also to think about economic relief as well. And we try to balance both of those things, and you'll see how that is worked out across the three rounds. I want to point out that Johnson and Sedgwick County, they got direct money from the federal government based on their population. So they got, Johnson County got about $116 million, Sedgwick got about $99 million, which left the state responsible for $1.034 billion. So just a note that that's based on population. Next slide. So if there's any one word that describes this process, it's been dynamic. It's been dynamic because of the disease itself. We've learned more about. I will have to say that we've learned a lot about guidance from Treasury. That has evolved over time. Those little red squares at the bottom show you the 7 times that we got updated guidance for changes from Treasury that we've had to be able to manage against. You'll also see the changes in our case list. So we've had to make sure that the use of funds has been compliant all along the way, and we've also had to try to adapt to what we've seen in terms of caseload across the state. That is required as an Next slide. So against this dynamic landscape, we've had these resources, and I want to spend a minute to walk you through the buildup of these 3 rounds. The first round, that bottom two, $400 million went directly to counties, and I'll explain why in just a minute those went to the counties first, because they understood their local needs, and we needed to get that money out so that they can make their allocations. In round 2, the $314 million, those were statewide, and we took a statewide view there to get to public health, education, economic development, and connectivity. That third round, $215 million, went to testing, child supervision, housing stability, and continuity of operations for government. Later on top of that, you see is the $75 million, which is the reserve fund. And I'll tell you from the start, and the State Finance Council, cautious bunch. They're like, all right, we keep learning, we keep seeing different kinds of needs. Let's hold on, let's hold a little bit back as we learn more and see where we want to deploy that money. And this is part of that balance, because they're like, let's see what happens, which is a good idea. On the other hand, you've got this crushing December 30 deadline that you also have to meet. So there's this push and pull of time and trying to be really, really good stewards of the money. And so you'll see how that is played out time and time again. We've also had more than 25 meetings with the SPARK Committee, State Finance Council, Legislative Budget Committee, and now we're here with you, and I might have missed another group, but we've had lots of, we've tried to get going. Okay, next slide. So I talked about the build-up for those 3 rounds. Now I want to show you kind of what that timeline looked like. So July was the first round, as the funds were sent to the county. In August, that second round, that statewide review, went to public and private entities as administered by state agencies. The third round, which has been deployed from September through December, again, public and private entities administered by agencies. This reserve fund that was tapped into started in October and again went to public and private entities. So we've got these 3 rounds that are playing out across the summer and the fall. Okay, next slide. Okay, so recovery office, really our role is very much compliance and coordination. And as you see these little blue dots, these represent the individual programs. So, and the dark dots indicate programs which are complete. Under the counties, I want to give a shout out to Russell County. They have spent all of their funds, and when I say that, all of their funds, I mean within 42 cents. remarkable job. They've done a fantastic job. The other counties, some are very close, some are not so close. We'll talk about that later in the presentation. Under round 2, all of those programs are underway. Most of them are complete. We have 2 that are on schedule to be completed on December 15th. The Worker Health Fund and the Early Child Care Health Fund should be complete by December 15th. There's one that we eliminated. It was the courier service. I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute. We found out we didn't need that program, so we eliminated it. Under round 3, those programs are all underway. Some of those programs we've learned don't need as much money as we originally allocated, so we recouped some of that money. So you're going to start to see, if you think back to Accounting 101 and those T accounts where you get some money coming in and money going out, that's kind of where we are now. It's tracking what's being used, what isn't being used, and where can it be used for. Okay, next slide, please, Laura. So sometimes it's nice to take a step back and say, how do we compare to our neighbors? And next slide, we put this presentation together specifically for your committee, thinking that you all, as the Committee on Economic Recovery, you want that lens. So we took a look at Colorado and Nebraska, for example. They allocated their funds in May, and the governor in Colorado said, here's what we're doing with it, and talked to legislative leadership, and then announced what they were doing. Likewise, in Nebraska, the governor announced their investment priorities and then hired Deloitte to administer those funds. In Missouri, the governor did create a working group of government and legislative officials as an advisory group. And then in Oklahoma, their governor established a team of cabinet secretaries and public sector employees. So the point I want to make in this group is that we are one of only a handful of states that actually have put together input from business and community leaders across the state. Next slide. So this is a simple org chart, I guess is what you would call it. So put Office of Recovery sort of in the middle. We have reported and worked with a Spark executive committee that is informed by an advisory committee. They kind of hash through the recommendations, and then we take that to State Finance Council for approval. So that's the upward chain of approval. Below, you see that we then administer the funds to the counties and the agencies. And when you think about what the counties are doing, they then send that money to hospitals and schools and cities. And then when you think about the agencies, some agencies are sending money to hospitals, but sometimes it's a small business. You go on and on. Well more than 5,000 entities across the state have received funds, way more than 5,000. And there is a compliance component we're going to talk about in a minute to make sure all that reporting is gathered and then rolled up and submitted to OIG, Office of Inspector. Okay, in terms of our executive committee, we have representation from a hospital, from chambers, both legislator, business, community, financial planning, and labor, that's on the executive committee. Next slide. On the steering committee, for example, we have the CEO of steering. We have legislators, we have representation from hospitality, several from farming communities, or farming sector. So all of the various voices across Kansas came together to help figure out the use of these funds. Next slide. This one is a good demonstration of the number of meetings, and what you can see, and not surprisingly, the blue dots represent Spark Task Force meetings, the blue dots that have the state capital, those are state finance council meetings. And then the gold represents when funds were released. And you can see the dynamic movement, right? Quite a bit of advisory committee meetings leading up to rounds 1 and 3 as we try to figure out how those funds should be extended. Look toward the right side, you see much more dynamic, faster turnaround between State Finance Council, is it time to redeploy funds, State Finance Council, time to redeploy funds. So you can see the ebb and flow of how we have interacted with different groups to write recommendations and approvals. Okay, next slide. And I want to pause and go back to this slide. And if you look in August, and sometimes the scale overwhelms the point. So if you look at August, kind of mid-August, our caseload was 337. And then it bounced up to 617, so it almost doubled. And I still remember this day, the meeting with Spark Committee, when like we were just getting ready for kids to go back to school. And it kind of hit everybody, oh wait, how's this actually gonna go, right? We got through the spring, we didn't have school, but now we had summer, and we thought all the schools were gonna be ready. And then it's like, oh wait, are they? Are we? And everybody kind of stepped back and said, oh, we've kind of gone through rounds 1 and rounds 2. We got this money for round 3. Should we pause? You know, like, what are we going to do? We have spent so much time sort of on the relief side and the looking back side that it was then time to look forward. And we'll come back to what decisions were made for round 3, but it was informed in sort of that 2 and 3 week period of our school's going to be able to open and stay open. So, okay, next slide. I would just say that it was that responsibility and the deadline that we all took this really seriously. And I'd be the first to tell you that this wasn't, nothing about this is perfect. Nothing's perfect about a pandemic. But I can tell you that the Spark Committee of State Finance Council, I have every confidence. Everybody's been working really hard to try to figure out the best use of the money, but none of it is perfect. Okay, let's talk about round 1 and the money that went to the counties. And recall, I said Johnson and Sedgwick County, their money went to them directly based on population, and we had the 1.034. Next slide. Okay, so the way we got to the 400 million for counties is we took a look at what did Johnson and Sedgwick County get, because all Kansans are taxpayers. And it kind of equates to $194 per person. So we said, okay, $194 per person, every county will get that as their baseline. But remember, this is back in June. And some counties were experiencing big impacts, and some counties had next to no cases. So we said, let's send the same amount to every county, but also let's have an impact fund, so that those that are experiencing higher caseload or more unemployment will get a bump. And that was the 50 million that was considered to be an impact fund. And those were calculated again on cases and unemployment. So that's how we got to the 400 million and the allocation for each county. Next slide. And this slide, I think, is just sort of tells a big story. And this comes to us from the summer. And if you look at the center of the country, look at Kansas and how very diverse, or the variance in the color. So the red shows a high case rate and low testing ability. And you can see how variable Kansas was compared to many other states. Now, I don't have a medical background, so I can't speak to exactly the methodology. I can tell you this comes from Harvard Global Health Institute. But what it does tell me is that not all counties were experiencing the same thing at the same time. And it was important for counties to have some ability to decide how those funds should be used. And remember, at that time, that was in June, so they were going to have 6 months to see what might happen to their counties over that 6-month time period. So while we might not agree with every decision every county made, they had to make a decision that would be compliant based on the guidance at the time. Okay, next slide. So this is an example then of how counties have spent their money, and this is based on the October reporting period. Okay, so counties have to report their funds every month by the 10th, and then it takes us time to go through, read through what's eligible, what's not, get back to them. So the information you're getting today is as of October spend. And you can see the counties generally, they're at about 32% in terms of spending on county operations. They shared 14% with their municipalities and their cities, schools at 20%, public health and healthcare at 9%. So this is a breakdown of how counties have, in the aggregate, expended those funds. Next slide. But it becomes more interesting when you sort of drill down and see how individual counties have allocated funds, because remember that their discretion as long as it's compliant. So you can see, for example, these are both South Central counties, Butler and McPherson. And you can see that while they both spend the same on K through 12, 35%, when I say same, I mean the same percentage. 35% on K through 12. You can see on higher ed, 13% for McPherson, 1% for Butler. Now McPherson has 3 colleges, Butler has 1 community college. So you can see how some of their choices were probably informed by what's going on in their county. Okay. Next slide. And we've seen some really good examples of regions coming together, so counties coming together. In this example, Chase, Lyon, and Morris teamed up to collectively pool some of their funds to improve their 800 megahertz radio system for their region. So in some cases, you saw some regional priorities start to emerge. Okay, so that's round 1, counties. Now we're into round 2, which would have been around that July and August timeframe. And what we see on the next slide is this investment, which was $314 million, public health, 101, economic development, 78, connectivity, 60 million, which is really broadband for the most part, and education at 75. Now, when I say these programs are complete, what I mean is that there aren't any more selections to be made. The funds have gone to the recipients, but we are still in the case, for example, broadband, they're still completing their construction work. Okay, so I'm not saying that all the projects are done. I'm saying the funds have gone out the door and are on their way to recipients. Okay, and now round 3, the 290 million. Okay, so remember when I was telling you we read this, people are starting, as they start to think about what to do with the remainder of the funds, the 290, and they're like, oh, are we gonna have a second surge? We're headed back to school. This is when the decision was, these were recommended to State Finance Council and approved. 53 million for testing, 35 million for housing stability, which is eviction, and that is to both help, this is 2 parts, both for tenants, but also for landlords. Because here's the thing, if we lose landlords, particularly in the rural parts of the state, it will be very hard to get that housing stock back. So this was made for both tenants as well as landlords are eligible. And then child supervision, and this is largely around boys clubs, girls clubs, YMCAs, that sort of thing, so that if schools close down, there was a recognition that parents still need to go to work. What could you do with your children? And could they have some supervision for remote learning? Not to say we're going to have teachers, but some supervision. Now, what we've seen, and I'll tell you more about it, is that in some cases we overinvested in these, so we're taking some of those funds back to redeploy. And remember I told you about people being cautious. There was this idea of like, let's put some money in reserve, 30, 25 million, and 20 million, and come back and see later if that money should go back into testing or if it could be deployed somewhere else. And you can see the dates there in which those were released. So the end of October, so October 29th, as well as November 13th. I'd also tell you, like, man, personally, I'm like, well, come on, it's still December 30th. So like we've got a deadline here that we have to meet for expenditure funds for the recouped and sent back to the federal government, which is also legitimate. It's just that we just know there are a whole lot of needs in Kansas that need to be satisfied. So that was sort of the thinking at the time. So let's go through what did we learn from those 3 rounds. The first is how important it is to be flexible and responsive. Needs can shift quickly. You can see here on June 2nd, you can see where our caseloads were heaviest. And you can see by December 3rd that had spread more across the state. The next slide. We've also worked to balance benefit and risk against changing guidance. So trying to balance immediate needs and long-term benefits, balancing flexibility and compliance. So we want to be as flexible as possible to meet needs in creative ways, but at the same time, we absolutely have to be compliant with the rules and regulations that have been set forth by the OIG. And I'll tell you a story in a minute about why being flexible is important to be able to meet needs in the long term. And I would also say it's also important to recognize that by and large, things are going well. There may be a project here or there that people haven't agreed with or where we've had some problems. You can't have this much money and not have a couple of problems. But hats off to the county clerks that are working so hard that had to figure out how to put on an election and expend these funds. And none of them had ever signed up to try to disperse millions and millions of dollars. And they are working really hard for this. And I appreciate their efforts. I would also say we have a strong oversight process, and I mean many layers of oversight. So the allocations are approved by both the State Finance Council upon the recommendation of SPARK. So that's the first layer. The second layer is that the programs and projects are shaped by the counties and local task forces. That was one of the things that we asked counties to do, is to set up their own SPARK-like task force. We didn't say exactly what that had to look like, but we strongly encouraged them to get local input. The Office of Recovery provides compliance monitoring. We require monthly reports. We go through those with a fine-tooth comb, and those will be rolled up and submitted to the OIG. In terms of risk mitigation, every county had to pass a resolution before they were sent funds that said that they would be in compliance and that they would return any unused funds. We also have established a memorandum of agreement with every state agency. We didn't just hand over funds to state agencies. They have to meet the same requirements as the counties. Okay, so here's an example of a positive outcome that requires some flexibility. So a county came to us and said, hey, we want to purchase a building for a grocery store. And we had some concerns for two reasons. First of all, there was no requirement in the beginning that the purchasing entity maintain or provide a grocery store. And also, every expenditure of funds has to be connected in one way or another to COVID. And we're like, well, that area was already known as a food desert, so there's like no connection to COVID. So we could have just said no. Instead, we worked with them to see if we could gather more information and if we could modify the agreement that they wanted to proceed with. And what they ended up doing to strengthen that is they required the purchasing entity to serve as a grocery store. And then we learned from the county that because of the loss of employment, that it had caused food insecurity rates to skyrocket. So now they could prove a point to COVID. And beyond that, the second floor of this building is now going to serve as an unemployment office, and local food pantries can use the food storage, the ice, the freezers for storage for the food pantries as part of that grocery store. So if it said no right off the bat, this project couldn't have happened. So we've tried to work with projects to make sure they can be compliant. We have certainly had to say no to some projects. Next slide. This is an example of don't just spend money when you get new information. So KDHE had requested courier service. Turns out they can partner with KDIM and the Kansas National Guard for the same service. So we were able to use those funds in a different way. Next slide. We also learned that some of our programs, we learned along the way, nothing about this is perfect. We had wanted to try to cover some healthcare costs for essential workers that have been exposed to COVID. So these are like firefighters, police, that sort of thing. Medical bills are coming in so slowly that we've reconfigured it and we're now paying for some of their over-the-counter medicines at a lower rate, but we're able to use those funds for those same essential workers. Next slide. And we certainly know delivery time matters. We only have 15 working days left to hit that December 30 deadline, and we have pushed communities and agencies like crazy to make sure they're getting their funds out the door. Okay. So those are the lessons that we have learned. Along the way, this is how those lessons have actually played out in dollars and cents. So for example, from the Worker Health Fund, which isn't spending dollars as quickly as we thought, we took $2.56 million, and we were lucky to be able to buy 150 ventilators for KDIM. There is a long line for many of these supplies. So that was an example of saying, not being used so much here, let's put it where it can be better, or where not better used, but where it can be used. We also got 4.77 million back from, essentially from nursing homes, because they said, some nursing homes said, yeah, we don't want all this paperwork. And I'm telling you, there is a lot of paperwork, because it all has to roll up to the OIG. And we said, okay, now remember this nursing home story. They sent the money back, now we put it into mental health payments. But I'm gonna come back to these nursing homes in a minute, like Paul Harvey. I got the rest of the story to come on in a minute. Okay, so you recall when I was talking about round 3, and we had decided to put money into evictions and remote learning. And when I say we, it's both Spark and State Finance Council. And it was kind of in that August-September timeframe. Well, what we have seen actually is that the remote learning has not needed as much money as was put in. So we took forward to State Finance Council and they approved the removal of $23.5 million under evictions. So that one has been steadily increasing. We thought we could take 15 million away from it and leave it with 20 million. I think we're going to get very close to that mark. Very, very close. Maybe a little over, but that's why we've got the reserve and a little bit of flexibility. That one's going to come in very close. So that left us with 38.5 million to redistribute. So we went to State Finance Council on November 20th, and then we said, hey, let's take 18.5 million, and you can see the items for which, next slide. The items for which we wanted to expend or fund up. And you'll see there's that line, nursing home PPE. Well, here's what nursing homes told us. Look, if KDHE would buy the PPE and then send it to us, that would be much more efficient. We wouldn't have to do all the paperwork. And we can get, they have they could get mine a little easier, if you know what I mean. So that was a good example of learning along the way. So nursing homes did get more PPE, but it came in the 3rd round, not in the 2nd round. The 20 million that I was talking about in terms of the remote learning piece that was recouped, it was replayed into small business or restaurants and bars, venues, private colleges. So that was replayed into those buckets of folks who had previously applied, but we weren't able to fund in the 2nd round of small business. Okay, so now let's go on to this slide, the current status, and we should spend a minute on this one because this kind of gives you an accounting again through October spend of where we are. So going across the top, the counties at 400 million, they have awarded 224 million. So, and that's pending payment, and they have paid to Kansans 176 million. Now, when I say paid to Kansas, I'd say that's like their final destination. It's actually in the hands of Kansans and staying. State agencies have paid out to Kansans 253 million in round 2. The unawarded, the 43 million, those have been selected, but they have not been awarded because that was from some of those recoupment dollars. The 76 million, those folks have been notified. We just haven't actually cut the checks. So when it says awarded pending payment, it just means the checks haven't been cut, but we know where that money is going. Round 3, same thing. Pending payment, 200 million, unawarded 18 million, and 11 million have actually gotten into Kansas. So with that in mind, this kind of shows you where we are across all 3 rounds. As of October, I have every confidence counties have spent a lot more in November. We are not able to accurately report all of that quite yet in terms of, okay. So now let's go on to the next slide. So we have, right now, these are the counties in shade that have less than 15% to spend as of the end of October. So they have November and December to spend their funds, or, and I'll get into this in just a minute in the timeline, we will recoup the funds that they have not been able to expend. That will happen in January. Okay, but what we're trying to do is help those counties. I've told you a couple of stories about how we've helped them review for compliance, improve their projects. We continue to hold webinars. We talk to them about updated guidance. They share ideas between themselves. And also, I want to give a shout out. I just can't tell you how hard everybody is working. So Ellis County is a good example. So their county administrator left, I would say, a little unexpectedly. And so what happened was their fire chief and emergency manager stepped in. He hadn't, he wasn't thinking he was going to have to administer these funds. Doug here in the audience worked very closely with him, and he's serving as an interim county administrator. And within days, Ellis County was able to submit their report with very few errors. So people across, I know, so it's in Gove County, for example, and they only have 6% left to spend. They've been hit hard by COVID, and they continue to step up to get their reports in. So we're seeing people working really hard across the state to get their reports in and to do the best job that they can. All right, next slide. So in terms of next steps, the 10th will be a big day for us. It's when we'll start seeing the county spend reports come in and state agency reports come in on the 14th. Then I would say later December, we will go back to State Finance Council for final redistribution, right? And when I say final, it's like final before December 3rd, because we are going to know more after the counties then send in their January 6th report. We'll then have view into December. So like December 30th is a big day for spend, but it's not the final day for reporting. So recovery office isn't shutting their doors on December 3rd. All right, so a couple of timelines, and we're getting really close to it. Okay, so December 10th, I've said that we get the county reports. We'll be reviewing those by the 30th. They need to have invested whatever money they're going to spend, because after that they can't spend no more. They send their report in January. We'll take a look for compliance. If they have funds remaining that they did not expend, then we'll recoup those. And there's a process that's been set forth for how that works. It's some paperwork. You can imagine the way we recoup the funds. Our MOAs allow us to do that. Likewise, for the agencies, next slide. It's a mirror process. The dates are just pushed back a little bit. Their report is due on December 14th. We'll come to State Finance Council somewhere between the 15th and the 22nd to give an accounting of what we know at that time. And then we'll talk about if there are funds remaining that we know of at the time, what's eligible, what could be done with those. Certainly, know there's been some discussion around unemployment trust fund that could be an eligible expense. We know there are other unfunded expenses, but at that point, it really becomes a matter of what's eligible and what's the time frame. So those are big constraints. And then we'll be looking forward to see March 17th, final reports for the agencies. And it is not until October 12th that we finally send like the last of the reports to the federal government. But by then, hopefully, we're really at very much the technical cleanups. All right, here is a view of the kinds of things we'll be doing. I've already mentioned an update to Spark occurs on Thursday. Go back to State Finance Council. January, we'll be looking at final expenses from the counties, recouping unused funds. January through October, continued reporting, state reconciliation, and then we'll be done. I want to point out just a handful of additional slides. We are on to the next one. Perfect. We're one of the most transparent offices in the nation. So we have a dashboard that's available. You can click on, you'll see here like this highlighted piece. You can click on to see the various categories where the investments have occurred and what's remaining. You can go on next slide. This is an illustration of, for example, Johnson County, where you can click on and see how much has been received and expended in these various categories. Next slide. File this under teach them to fish, Representative Crail's area. He could click on a couple of his counties. You can click on your own counties, build them up to see your district, to see what has been spent. Whether you want to see like what's happened in all of Southwest Kansas, all of Southeast Kansas, a couple of counties, you can slice and dice information to your heart's content, or you can call us and we'll be happy to walk you through it or help you with that. All right, last slide. I have very much appreciated getting to work with this team and the good things that we've been able to help with. So an example would be prior to these recovery dollars, We had one, at the time, one statewide health nurse, she had to share her vehicle, and it broke down a lot. We have now hired another state health nurse, one covers east side state, one covers west side. We're able to buy 2 vehicles, so they now each have their own vehicle to make visits to. Top right-hand corner, Great Bend. That high school now has better internet service, and we've also provided vouchers to low-income students. So it's not just a matter of if you have it available, you can afford it. They have access now to help to some better internet. Yoder Meats was able to expand to help secure food in that area. They've been able to hire employees because they were able to buy some more meat freezers. And then across the state, better telemedicine through better connectivity and iPads for nurses and those sorts of things. Again, those are the kinds of things that serve us well today and hopefully will serve us well into the future. So with that, I'm happy to take questions and send them to our subject matter experts if they're very technical.
Julie, thank you so much. I think you did that in record time.
Yeah.
You can have to ask Representative Hoffman, he would know.
That's a lot of information, a lot of moving parts. As I was listening, I was like, this is a lot of strategic, well thought out administration on your part. So thank you for that. I understand that Representative or Senator Hildebrand has the question, then Representative Hoffman.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Thank you, Julie, for that presentation. It's always nice to see those great PowerPoints you guys always put together. My question, though, on the PPE that for nursing homes, on your slide, it had, I think, 18.5 million going to public health. How much of that $18.5 million was going to PPE for the nursing homes?
Okay, I'm gonna pause for just a second. I don't know if we can dive into the dashboard and find that for you. So Shelby Conkle's here in the front row and she's got her laptop open and we're gonna see if we can find that for you.
Perfect.
The answer is we can find it for you. I think it's a matter of how long it takes us to find it.
Okay, I have some other questions if
Okay.
I can answer those while we're waiting. There was 1.25 billion that the CRF was responsible for dispersing for COVID-19 relief funds. Was the primary objective or goal of the CRF to help with COVID relief, to help, I guess, with the stop the progression of the disease or the COVID-19, or what was the goal of the CRF's responsibility for that $1.25 billion?
Okay, I think that if the question was, because you cut out for just a second, so in terms of the national response, and then maybe this would be a great place for Lyle Butler to also kind of weigh in from those early conversations from SPARK. At the national level, it was a relief fund that was multi-pronged to take a look at immediate response, sort of like PPE sorts of things, and to try to, across the CARES Act, so there was the payroll protection plan, money that went to hospitals for reaction. So it was something that was put together that was really big with very little guidance and the push to get the money out the door. And then as time went on, Treasury, and particularly the Office of Inspector General, they started providing more guidance. And sometimes things that were not clear got clearer, and in some cases, things that I thought were clear maybe got a little murky. But that was, so at the federal level, it was very multi-pronged. I think if we were to ask Lyle Butler to respond to SPARK's goals, I think that would be a good, maybe we should hear from him what SPARK's goals.
This is Lyle Butler. Can you hear me, Senator?
I can, thank you.
I think Julie outlined it pretty clearly, and I think the SPARK committee and the executive committee took all that, what the federal level wanted, but we felt like we had some flexibility to prioritize across the state And I think that's the important part, as Director Lorenz pointed out in the PowerPoint presentation, that the committee was widely representative. We had a lot of state legislators, we had business people, et cetera, from across the state. And I think the important thing that we wanted to hear was, as we started down this, we had an immediate goal to get money out quickly to meet the needs. And I think we prioritized and felt very strongly that each county knew what was going on in their county, and it was hard for us very quickly to determine what was needed in each county. So that's why we felt like that the disbursement in that first round that went to the counties was so important. That gave the committee a little bit of breathing room then to look on a statewide basis where we felt we could meet impact. And again, as Director Lorenz pointed out, as we went along, we saw needs across the state. And as we learned more as a committee and as a state, and the leaders in the state learned more, and the Recovery Office learned more, I think we started to see that as we got towards the July and August timeframe, things like we wanted to keep schools, we wanted to get schools open. That's K through 12, as well as our higher ed, both public and private. We also wanted to get and keep businesses open. And so we moved towards a testing strategy and providing a statewide testing strategy to help with that whole process of keeping it open. So we kind of evolved. And then we also wanted to address, I think the committee felt very strongly about supporting local businesses across the state of Kansas. So it was constantly evolving. We had short time frames. And I think Secretary Lorenz outlined, so I don't want to say we deviated from what the federal government wanted, but I think by having the kind of diverse Spark committee from across the state, we were able to ascertain what the needs were, where we felt like we could make the greatest impact.
Okay, thank you. This is my concern. From the very beginning of this COVID-19 pandemic, we've always been told, follow the science, follow the data, follow everything. From the very beginning, we've all understood that it's the most vulnerable that are most impact or have the highest impact. That's our elderly and nursing homes. To this day, I am still hearing reports that nursing homes cannot get PPE. They're having difficulties getting that. When they order it from the KDHE portal, they're not getting the quality that they need. They're not getting the, it's not used for healthcare. It's not that type of quality. So here's my issue. HB 2016 specifically put a statutory requirement for KDHE to provide this stuff for them, PPE, testing equipment, sanitizing equipment. We have over half of our deaths in the state of Kansas have been from nursing homes or elderly. But yet we have a CRF funding of 1.25 billion, and less than 1.5% of that money went to healthcare. Of that 1.5%, some of that went to nursing homes for PPE. If our main goal is to follow the science and follow the data, and we have $1.25 billion for COVID-19, why did we not use that for our most vulnerable to try to cut out some of those deaths and statistics that we have right now? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Are you ready to respond to that, or and I know there's another question on the table as well.
So I can respond to the PPE question. This is Shelby Congold, the Executive Executive Director for the Recovery Office. Just a quick clarification. I think 18.5 million had a subsequent allocation of 2 million for more PPE. In round 2, there was 33 million that went directly to facilities to purchase PPE on their own. And then per House Bill 2016, there was also 10 million that the CRF allocated for PPE and testing supplies. So that 2 million that was part of that 18.5 was just an additional allocation of more money for nursing homes on top of what had already been reported or what had already been allocated. So I think does that answer your question, Senator?
Senator Hildebrand, are you still with us?
Yeah, I apologize. The audio is really fuzzy on my end from that. But what I got was if I understood it right, out of the 18.5 million, only 2 million was allocated to the PPE for nursing homes, which makes that less than 1.5%, less than 0.1%. And then if you go to, you said there was extra money in HB 2016, which was I think 2 million. So we're still below the 18.5 that we based off of, less than 1.5%, which only confirms the money that we have for COVID-19 did not go to help the most vulnerable in our state, to try to cut back on some of those statistics and some of those deaths. And that to me is what is alarming and concerning. And I appreciate your time and appreciate your answers. Thank you.
And Representative or Senator Hildebrand, I would ask any of us on this committee to make notes or recommendations. That might be a recommendation that we would consider for the 2021 legislative session, if need be, if there's another surge. And as it continues as well. So I would ask you to do that, Senator, so that we can discuss that at a later time. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Question, Julie.
I just wanted to clarify, because I know the audio is tough. Also, good news, I think there's some allocation of CRF funds for improving audio and visual in the State House. So that's on its way.
Thank you for that. Can you fix the echo in the room?
I want to manage expectations. Actually, so Senator, if I understand, I think what we said, or what happened was it was 2 million and then 33 million in round 2 went to facility, and then the 10 million from House Bill 2016 for a total of 45 million for PPE. It's just that it came from different places. But the total of 45 million is what Shelby was able to find. It's just that it came from different spots. But it appears to me that there's 35 million from CRF funds, the 10 million from House Bill 2016. I'm not sure the numbers of that.
Senator Hildebrand, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much for that follow-up and clarifying it.
Proceed.
So I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Now, I think the 10 million probably from 2016 is my state funds, though, isn't it? Didn't that come out of that 50 million?
I think so, yeah.
That's not, no, it's not.
Oh, it's CRF funds. Shelby said CRF funds as well.
Okay. So my question, and when you gave this last week to us in the budget committee, I thought of this later. On the timeline that you've given us, I can see there's no way that you'll have everything done by the end of the fiscal year.
Or the calendar.
The fiscal year. I'm talking as far as your office.
Oh, right.
Because of the reporting. So it looks like that you'll at least, now the October deadline for the reports, that doesn't mean that you have to wait till October, right? That's just the final and all the reports are finally, or is it?
So we should be more than substantially done by the fiscal year. And then there's like some technical cleanups that happen over the summer, but if Secretary Burns Wallace is on the phone with us, she's like I've got locked down. Secretary Burns Wallace, are you on the phone with us?
I am. I'm getting ready to hop off, but can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So just quickly, and I think, and I apologize because I couldn't hear where the question came from. Is that Senator Hoffman?
Yes.
Okay. So the So yes and no. So we will be done, but the reality is, remembering when our fiscal year closes in July, we will do our fiscal year cleanup and we will do our standard reporting, our regular federal reporting. If we didn't have CRF or anything like that, agencies typically fill out what's called a DA-89, reporting all of their federal dollars for any fiscal year. Those are due to our Office of Accountant reports by the end of August, 1st of September. So if you think about it, we'll be doing CRF cleanup, but we will also be doing our regular fiscal year cleanup. So what I will say is that our goal is to have, 99.9% of CRF cleaned up by the end of the fiscal year, but just our standard audit process, our standard comprehensive audit process and other reporting requirements, there will be a bit of accounting work that will happen kind of post July 1 or post the end of the fiscal year, but it would fall in line with our standard processes. And so that last reporting date in October gives us that final opportunity to make sure everything is reconciled and cleaned up. At that same time, if you think about it, that is also the period in which we do our comprehensive state audit. So everything will be tracking in line together throughout that period of time. So does that help answer your question?
Well, yeah, it does. The reason I ask is for budgetary purposes. So are we're budgeted till the end of the fiscal year for the Office of Recovery.
Yep.
Secretary Burns Wallace, is your office going to be taking over then as far as that afterwards, budgetary wise, and the Office of Recovery will kind of go away, or is the Office of Recovery, are we going to have to put state funds in to fund the Office of Recovery until October, November? That was my reason for the question.
Got it. So what I will say, sir, is we are actually looking at all of that right now in preparation for that final State Finance Council. So if we do have to make any adjustments to the current existing budget around Office of Recovery, I'm trying to determine that, and we're trying to figure out what will need to be recovery and support by outside accountants and reporting report, and then what we'll be able to do in the Office of Accounts and Reports, so that we can look at what was already budgeted. The one thing to keep in mind is that the CRF funds are allowed to be spent on any administrative and audit requirements. So even if we needed to fund the Office of Recovery past the end of fiscal, we can still utilize CRF funds for that. We wouldn't have to use state funds, but that's what we're trying to determine right now so that we can have a clear picture of what CRF funds we're going to need for that final administrative closeout for these dollars, all the way through the reporting cycle. Just additionally, we figured out that we're going to need some support for the counties, even throughout, as Secretary Lorenz identified, a little bit past January, so that they can finish up and reconcile their books and clean up their audits. When we originally did the budgeting for the Recovery Office, we didn't have that in there because we are learning as this goes, because it is dynamic. And so we are really trying to get a clean sense of that, but keep in mind, CRF funds can be utilized for any of those administrative purposes. And so that would not hit the state, but our goal is to have that where we can bring that to, if necessary, if we need to make any adjustments to the State Finance Council at the end of December.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. You probably mentioned that before about this, being able to spend it for reporting, and I missed that. So, so going back to that, barring no new funding into the next calendar year, I guess, when do you anticipate the Office of Recovery kind of closing their doors?
Secretary Burns Wallace.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was the right answer.
Okay.
She just passed.
No, and I would say, I think the goal would be, we're going to try to wrap that up in terms of this as close to the end of fiscal as possible. And my hope is that based on what is left at that point, it really is something that our Office of Accounts and Reports could pick up and handle. But I will be, just being very transparent. We just keep learning with this. The goal of our goal will be that this will be a focus on the closing out of these dollars. If guidance changes or any extensions change, all bets start to change, into that space. But our goal will be across this period of time to ramp down recovery and to ramp up into our existing accounts and reports operations, the things that we could pick up in a regular accounting process for the state as much as possible.
And I would zoom out from that. I think we all thought that somehow Congress would have gotten it together, and by now we would have at least an extension. I talked about the broadband projects trying to wrap up. We still have some number of days. We may get a time extension. If that happens, we got to think about, do we give a time extension to the county? How much staff stays on to help guide them? So that's one piece, just a time extension. I think we are all curious if we're going to see a whole new, like stimulus 4 or 5, but that comes with a whole new set of money and a whole new set of regulations and what that, you might remember ARA, and how that was distributed and administered in a very different way. So what Secretary Burns-Wallace is like, we're bringing you the information we know, like as of 10:08. What Congress does in the next couple of days could influence what we need to do, but then there's also additional stimulus that may happen, and we can't even guess what form that might take. But the intent is for recovery to ramp down as of right now.
Okay, yeah, well, appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, good questions. Representative Tarwater and then Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this committee, we've talked at great lengths about the unemployment pool and the fact that it's dwindling and it's going to be, I guess the estimates now are at 0 by July. Was any consideration given to use CARES Act dollars like some of the other states to backfill that fund?
I'll have to check on that for you. I don't know. Happy to get an answer.
So not then. So if
I
you don't know,
I
that probably wasn't, there was no consideration.
No, are you asking did Kansas or are you asking if other states? I don't know about other states. In terms of Kansas, we did have a discussion about that. And Lyle's on the phone, I can't remember which meeting. Feels like it was September timeframe. Acting Secretary Wright presented information, we talked about it. And then last State Finance Council meeting, Senator Denny made a motion that any funds that remain any funds that remain would go to unemployment. That'll go back to the State Finance Council for further discussion this month. So yeah, it has absolutely been talked about. What other states have done, I don't know, but I'm happy to do so. Check it out.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you. Julie, if we've learned anything from this COVID, it's how to be flexible, innovative, and collaborative. And so I commend you for the outreach you've given local communities. That you stated earlier in your presentation, I want to make sure I understand that some of these funds that went to the county were eligible for frontline workers. And I'm considering some of our frontline workers being our public safety personnel, whether it be our law enforcement, corrections officer, firefighters that have to interact with those instances that could potentially expose them. Then they go into quarantine. Are the local funds able to pay the lost time to those public safety workers if they're mandated to go into quarantine? Is that what those funds were set aside?
So let me give you a high level answer, then I need to get someone that has a detailed understanding. I'm not the compliance person. So we set funds to counties to expend the way that they think makes most sense, and certainly impacts related to COVID are eligible expenses. Now, can you pay for while people were at home on COVID? I need to have Doug or somebody come, Doug or Matt should also be on the phone, and he's a specialist in compliance. We hired a specialist to make sure we stay compliant. We do have some, I talked about the worker health fund. So that was at the state level, administered by a state agency to help with some of the healthcare costs associated with that, but it's not related to staying at home under quarantine. So Doug, do you want Matt to do that or do you want to do it?
The short answer, yes.
The short answer is yes.
It does allow for that to be paid to work. The reason why I'm asking is because I would think that those COVID funds, this goes back to the UI, the unemployment benefits, that if public safety people are asked to be quarantined for the 14 days, that's a 2-week time frame. Do they apply for unemployment? And can they apply for unemployment while being on quarantine? That hits the fund. And if the CARES dollars are being sent to local communities for COVID-related incidents, I would think that a public safety person, a frontline essential worker that was exposed, whether it be even healthcare worker being exposed to a COVID that happened to be quarantined, would be subject to being made whole through those CARES dollars, through on the local level or the state level for that matter.
And Doug, would you state your name and your position and so forth?
Yes, Doug Gerber, County Project Director, Office of Recovery. Representative, again, the answer is yes, those funds can be used for folks who have been quarantined. And we do have some counties that have used funds in that manner. I can't speak to whether or not then they could then apply for unemployment. That would be out of my expertise area, but they can use funds if they have been quarantined.
Has that been communicated to the local units of government?
Yes, I mean, certainly on an individual county basis, when counties have asked us that question, but also sort of on a collective basis, we put out a payroll guidance memo, which is posted on the Spark website, and it's been sent to all the counties, so that it has been available to them collectively.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment. I know we've had plenty of discussion in here in reference to the UI fund. And I know in our local community, we've had a mandatory mask, but any person that was exposed to COVID was mandated 14-day quarantine. And if they're losing pay because of that quarantine, and then we start talking about the UI fund, I just wanted to make sure that there's some not overlap or a dual drawdown of funds or with any way to expedite to ensure that we're not, those funds are being utilized, so it's not causing hardship on those that are mandated to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the secretary? I have a question if there are none from the committee. What would be the relationship between the Spark Committee and any distribution of vaccine? Would there be any coordination?
That is a good question, and we haven't had that conversation. That's a really good question.
Yeah, that might be something you want to consider going forward. It seems that would be another very big administrative hurdle. And obviously a lot of people are anxious about that. So, and then I would just ask you, if there are no other questions from the committee, if you could develop some recommendations for this committee going forward for our legislative session, related to your presentation, obviously. Knowing that the Spark Committee is not going to be a standing committee, but with the issues being pretty fluid, I think it would be wise for you and your team to think about some specific recommendations that could be carried forward, so that obviously this committee has put a lot of work in over the past several months, and we want to make sure that we redeem the time in a meaningful way, and certainly the Spark Committee is a big part of that.
I appreciate that. We have our meeting on Thursday, and certainly that's a report out to bring them up to speed, but certainly we wanted to tap into, I've presented what we certainly consider as lessons learned, but that's good, that will be, I appreciate your time. It's good.
Yes, and it would be great to have something specific coming from our committee as well. So thank you so much. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
All right, committee, moving on. We do now have a presentation from the Department of Commerce, and we have David Stouffer here with us. for post-pandemic economic outlook. Welcome to the committee, David, and we're ahead of schedule, committee.
Good.
That doesn't mean that you can drag it on, David.
So I do have two presentations. I know I've been asked to try to get it all through before lunch, so I will do my best to kind of run through it.
That would be the goal.
Yes. Appreciate it, Secretary. Thank you. So David Sofer, Legislative and Policy Director at the Kansas Department of Commerce. Appreciate being here. It's kind of nice to actually be here as opposed to at home and having to worry about what my 3-year-old boy and 2-year-old boy are doing in the background while I try to keep a straight face on Zoom. I've ended up with quite a few broken items at home. So it's nice to be in person. And actually, I would be remiss, Chairwoman, if I didn't recognize the fact that this will probably be the last time I testify in front of you. I think since I've been here since 2017, most of the committees I have testified in front of have been with you as chairwoman. So even though we may not always agree on every item that pertains to economic development, we've always had a respectful dialogue. And I appreciate always your feedback, your thoughts. You've been great to work with, so you will be missed, and I appreciate everything.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your work and our healthy relationships.
So to start, one of the things, and if we go to the next slide, one of the things we're trying to cover is what we've done with CARES Act funding, how we responded to the pandemic. So there are a bunch of different items we've worked on. So higher fund, CDBG, creative arts, broadband, small business grants. And then we'll finish up with some pre-COVID trends that we saw going into the pandemic, what we saw as a result of the pandemic, and hopefully with some of the news that we've seen with vaccines rolling out, maybe there's some light at the end of the tunnel. What can we expect as we kind of get into, maybe second half of 2021 and what that might look like and things that we want to make sure that we address.
And committee, let's let David run through his full presentation and we'll ask questions at the end. Proceed.
Sounds good to me. All right, so if we can go to the next slide. So I think the important thing to note in this is that really, as a result of the pandemic, we kind of have a new Kansas Department of Commerce. We've really evolved to address a lot of the state's new economic, landscape as a result of COVID. So if you look at, what our previous priority was, our priority was always to recruit companies to Kansas and make sure we don't lose out on companies leaving our state. So retention was a big component as well. And also keep in mind, we're about a $13 million agency. So, if you think about all the money that has come through our agency in the last five months or so, I mean, we've doled out well over $100 million in various programs throughout our state to help address a lot of the issues that have been a result of the pandemic. So there's been a lot of evolving at our department. We've really focused on, our programs, our processes, our personnel. They've all changed in pretty rapid fashion. We've utilized an all hands on deck approach. I can speak to this because, as we got a flood of constituent calls as a result of small business grants, that was my main focus for a month, was handling all of those calls, both, day and night. So I know Department of Labor emphasized that a lot of folks do work day and night to address their needs. There's a lot of similar, items at the Kansas Department of Commerce. We've really stretched out our staff as much as possible to help address it. And, our staff has been amazing in wanting to be able to help every business that we can in every which way we can. So that will continue to be, the new normal. This is going to be a different department with a much different outlook, with not just, again, recruiting and retention, but also working with a lot of our, local leaders, small business communities and the like. There is going to be a lot of work needed to get to the other side of this and to get back to where we were, let alone where we want to be. So those are things we really look forward to working on and being a faster, nimbler, more aggressive Kansas Department of Commerce. So we can go to the next slide. This is something we touched on in August. I'm not really going to spend a lot of time on, but I did just want to kind of quickly remind you all. So the first action that we took with respect to addressing some of the pandemic issues was the Hire Fund. The Hire Fund was created in order to be able to get quick loans out to hospitality industry businesses. So if you think restaurants, bars, lodging, the like, We put $5 million out of our JCF account towards short-term, zero-interest loans. We were very proud and certainly happy to be able to use that flexibility. And so it really meant a lot to us, and I'm sure it meant a lot to the industry in being able to get that money quickly out the door. So far, what we've seen is, and I'll go to the next slide. So we had about 900 applications come in the first 24 hours. We received well over 1,800. We still have taken down information in the case that there is additional funding, but we also tried to supplement some of that with small business working capital grants. We did issue about 344 loans, about an average of $14,500. We did kind of a 40-20-40 split, so 40% to Greater Kansas City, Shawnee, Douglas, 20% Sedgwick, 40% rest of the state. So if you see it was about 2 million, and the rest of it was 2 million. So far, we have received some payments back. To those companies, as I mentioned in August, when we started that repayment process, for those that still are seeing some hardships, we certainly are able to try to extend that payment process if needed. The goal here is not to force businesses to close in order to pay us back right now. We really do want to try to keep every business we can successful, open, and operating. So we go to the next slide. So CARES Act funding, there's 4 main kind of areas that we got. 2 of them were not from Spark, so they were CDBG and the Kansas Creative Arts Industries. And then 2 were from the Spark Committee, which were broadband and the Economic Development Grant. So I will touch on each one of those. If we could go to the next slide. So we'll start with CDBG. CARES Act funding allotted through HUD specifically created 3 rounds of community development block grant funding. So this is both, there was entitlement and non-entitlement. Entitlement is bigger cities. When you think of like Johnson County, all the cities, for the most part, a lot of cities in Johnson County would be Overland Park, Shawnee, Olathe, Lenexa, the like, Lawrence, Topeka, Manhattan, and then Sedgwick County. They receive their own funding. We take care of the rest of the state. So in round 1, we received $9 million. In round 2, we received 7.8 million, so total 16.8 million, which is important as we'll get to how many companies actually, how many communities applied and the amount that they requested. And then round 3, which has not been announced as far as guidance is concerned, but we have been told that we will be receiving about 5.3 million for that. So I'm going to focus mostly on rounds 1 and 2, since that's where we distribute. Those funds have been distributed. The purpose of those funds, we're providing working capital for Kansas businesses and meal programs to support communities. Obviously, I think those kind of speak for themselves. The businesses, we aim to try to find various avenues to help out all our small businesses across our state. And then meal programs were crucial because as folks were, schools were closed and there were other, folks were starting to lose their income. A lot more dependence was needed on those types of meal programs to be able to feed their families. So we certainly wanted to make sure that every community that had the need and want to be able to get additional funding for that could. So if we could go to the next slide. So just quickly, I'll go through some of the guidelines for CDBG for the economic development small business grants. This is based off of federal guidelines. You have to be, your total FTEs in your business, 51% or more have to be for persons of low to moderate income households as defined by HUD. So there is no flexibility in that. So as a result, some businesses simply don't qualify depending on, again, how much they pay, who they're hiring and the like. So we had to make sure that those guidelines are being met for any community that's offering that grant to a small business. They can be used for various working capital expenses, wages, utilities, rent, etc. Purchase of 60 days worth of inventory would qualify as well. Businesses with 5 or fewer employees which includes the owner, are eligible for 25,000. 6 and 50 employees are eligible for 35,000 per FTE, with a maximum of 50,000 per company. The maximum amount of community could apply for was 300,000 as a whole. So we go to the next slide. And then the meal programs were, again, intended to provide cities and counties with funds to supplement various programs that already exist for the most part. So if you think of like Meals on Wheels, local food banks, that's really kind of where that funding was geared at. It's important, again, at a time when many are struggling to pay their bills, that we offer this. And then it had the same type of requirement as the small business grants in that, you have to have 51% of the community has to be low to moderate income. So it's slightly different, but still the same type, 51% low to moderate income. So again, that's hard guidelines, no necessary flexibility on those federal guidelines. And then the maximum a community could request was $100,000. So we can go to the next slide. So again, the reason I asked you to remember the 16.8 million was as a result of the first two rounds, we received a request total for 38.8 million from 138 communities. That's 20 million over what we had. Our goal was really to try to make sure we reached as many communities as possible. As a result, we were not able to honor full request each community had, which I mean is unfortunate, but we really wish we could. So we made a decision that rather than, only do 100% of the few counties and community, cities, we kind of came out to a calculation. If we did 45% of the total requested and then a maximum of 35,000 for meals, that would allow us to fund 122 communities out of 138. And we thought that would be the better option. So that's why we went with that. We really tried to make sure that those dollars were sparsed out to as many communities as we could reach. But I do have some statistics as far as what we've been able to do with those economic development grants that were the communities got and then dispersed to their businesses. So as of today, 682 companies have received that funding, and over 2,500 jobs as a result have been retained and are still operating. Another thing I want to make sure we note is that most states are still working through rounds 1 and 2. We've been leading the nation in getting these dollars out the door. We have a tremendous team at the at the Department of Commerce. Our community development block grant team has done absolutely amazing work in being able to parse through the guidance and get dollars out the door. So I do want to make sure they kind of get some recognition. They've been working day and night to do this, and it's been a tremendous help for those communities. And I applaud them. It's been an effort and a half, as some of you know, with trying to figure out federal guidance and how we can do things. So just want to make sure they get some recognition on that because they've been doing all the hard work. I just get to talk about it. So we can go to the next slide. Next, I'm going to cover the Kansas Creative Arts and Industries Commission. Really quickly. Oh, and I should have noted, I emailed and I apologize. Most of the awards we put into the electronic file, and there was a lot of paper to print out. So I did include all the communities and what they received from CDBG. I did email that to Eddie this morning, so hopefully it will be dispersed. If you have any questions specifically, please feel free to look it over. Let me know. Happy to answer it.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I think there's a lot of questions. Who actually has this money in hand rather than just a large category. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for doing that.
No problem. Our pleasure. So through Kansas Creative Arts Commission, we received $440,600 from the NEA based on the formula that was put forward and through the legislation in the CARES Act. Applicants were asked to provide an annual operating budget, 1 month breakdown, and then we kind of decided to make an award based on 3 months of operational expenses. Funds, again, could be spent on recurring operational expenses, so similar to many of our grants like payroll, facility costs, and the like. And we really tried to maximize the dollars here by working with concurrent CARES-based programs, so that were already up and running, like Humanities Kansas, Mid-America Arts Alliance. We wanted to be able to maximize the number of cultural organizations that would receive relief, because if you remember, a lot of these organizations do bigger events, and as a result of the pandemic, they have not had many events, or in many cases, have not had any events at all. So they are seeing a tremendous loss of funding. So we really wanted to be able to maximize those dollars. So what we did is we took the 440,000. We took some money that was rolled over from previous years, and as far as the budget that we've received from the state. And we tried to combine it, and as a total, we actually were able to disperse well over $1 million. And so awards were maxed at $20,000. Same deal, we tried to disperse money all across our state. So you also received a PDF with all the awardees and how much they received. So same deal as that. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, David, need to
Yes.
interrupt you. We do have a question from Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, David, for being here. Okay, so just a couple summary questions for you. Question number one, there's a lot of programs and a lot of money that is going out to help Kansas businesses. That's great. Kansas communities, that's great. I'm going to ask you to kind of summarize that. We have some totals that are throughout all the pages, but maybe we get that total number. That's one question. And then also, will this be on the economic incentive transparency website, so we can actually go find out where these funds are going? For example, on the Sparks dashboard, I can go to my county and I can see the business resiliency and workforce, and that 800,000 went into Butler County. I'm assuming that's Commerce's piece. Correct me if I'm wrong. If it is, that 800,000 then should be going on the incentive transparency website, because these are programs that are more than $50,000. So having said that, I know you have a whole list of new programs. One, what's that total that went to Commerce? Because I can add it up, but you can do it. Two, are each of these programs going to be included on the incentive website? And three, specifically, are we going to be able to follow it to the businesses? Because we were supposed to, by statute, be able to follow incentives via county, via program, and via business. And if so, what would be the timeline of having that available?
Sure. So let me try to kind of tackle this one by one. I don't have the exact number in front of me. The problem is that we've actually received an additional about $40 million, which I will touch base on. Which was round two for small business grants, and then the $20 million for private colleges, movie theaters, and among other things. So that number is fluctuating. As of right now, it's about, from various sources, it's about $140-ish million. But I will get you a more exact number here after we meet. Regarding the transparency website. So this is interesting. I think we're still trying to figure out. The answer to your question is it will be available in some which way, shape, or form. We are trying to figure out exactly what that form is, because this is not necessarily an incentive, right? This is a reimbursement for lost revenue in most cases. So we are trying to figure out, does it make sense to put it on the transparency website? If not, does it make sense to put it on a different page in some which way, shape, or form? So the answer to your question is yes, it will be up in some which way. I think we're still trying to wrestle what makes the most sense. And then as far as the timeline goes, it probably will be a few months as we're trying to work through some other things that we're trying to get done. And yeah, I would say maybe springtime.
Thank you, Madam Chair, but just a quick follow-up, if I may. But the CDBG is an ongoing existing program that would be included. So I would think that even though those monies weren't initiated solely by the state, most of the time, we are receiving federal dollars to supplement any of our incentives that we might provide. And in addition, they're called small business grants. So I understand what you're saying, but maybe we need to go back to the definition of anything above the $50,000 programs, because these are indeed programs, even if they're not incentives in the typical traditional sense. basically, it just provides transparency, because as I look at this dashboard, it's a great dashboard, a great tool. However, I cannot, as an elected official, understand who has benefited, who still needs some assistance, who needs to be reached out to, who did, how did we do, what did my different communities in my county, how were they benefited, impacted, negative and positive? I can't find that out if we don't go to the next level. Thank you.
If I may follow up, I agree. So I think that's why we've tried to release all the awardees as quickly as we could. Obviously, it's not on a website, unfortunately, in a nice format. It is on Excel files and whatnot, so you can easily look through it. The one concern that we have had, though, is we do not want public perception to be that certain companies received an incentive as a result of CARES Act funding. And that's, as much as, everybody in this room understands, the difference, your average person may not necessarily know that they received it as a result of CARES Act funding versus a regular incentive. And I do think it's important that we distinguish the two. So how we distinguish it is something we are trying to work through. And certainly we welcome feedback, thoughts, ideas on that, because it is something we're actively working on.
And that would be great, and I understand that and appreciate that, and I think you could distinguish it even in the color of a font, an asterisk, a link on it. And then the last final question I think we'd all be interested in, has Commerce been keeping track of the number of small businesses or chain businesses that are permanently closed? Because I think that's something anecdotally we have talked about since the very beginning of our special committee. And I think it would be helpful. We know that we are gaining, and I know we just talked last week, we are gaining interested businesses that would like to expand in Kansas, but at the same time, we're losing some. And I think if you have that information, we would appreciate it.
Sure. So we don't necessarily keep track of small businesses that are open. I mean, the Secretary of State has the filing, so they have the available number. Our research and talks with various people in the industry have shown that I think it's about 18% or so of small businesses have closed in Kansas. However, on the good, I wouldn't say good news side, but on the better news side, nationally that number is closer to 24, 25%. So we are better than the national average. Nonetheless, anytime a small business closes, it does hurt our state. So, just keep those numbers in perspective.
Thank you. Good questions. And I do hope that you'll be able to do that. I know that I've had some people, constituents and associates, indicate that they can find specifically on a website somewhere how much certain companies have received in funding, at least in the Kansas City area. I'll try to check that out and find out where that information is. So it is out there, but I do think it would be important, and I agree with Representative Williams, and I understand your point as well, that the public really, and I've even had questions from constituents.
No, we
who's
agree.
getting money.
Public needs to know. 100%.
Thank you.
Sure thing. So I will continue. If you can go to the next slide. So let me start. So next we'll cover the kind of broadband, which was the main program was SURGE, the Connectivity Emergency Response Grants. That was our $50 million broadband grant program as a result of CARES Act funding. Obviously, I don't think I need to explain to this committee. I know you guys, I've listened in from home. I know you all have heard about all the needs with respect to broadband across our state, how it's, been affected, especially with folks that need it as a result of telehealth, their work, other things with the pandemic. So certainly the need has been dramatically increased. And the goal really was to improve connectivity to underserved and unserved areas where needs, are related to the pandemic. So the way we used it is the FCC guideline is minimally adequate internet connectivity is defined as 23 download, 3 upload. So that's the definition we used. And as you'll see in my next presentation, broadband, that's the definition we're going to currently use going forward. So the maximum grant amount was 10 million, 20% match was required. And obviously, as the secretary had mentioned, federal guidelines still state that projects must be completed by December 30th. There's very little wiggle room on that, unfortunately. There is some supply chain wiggle room, so if there are some issues there may be some things that can be worked out, but nonetheless, most projects had to be finished by December 30th, and I actually think as a result of that, we would have had a lot more applicants if, providers didn't have to meet that guideline. That was a very short turnaround. You're talking about 2 months from you're getting the go-ahead to you got to be finished. So as a result, that was something that we really wish we could have gotten an extension on a lot earlier. Maybe we'll get that extension at some point. I don't know that it'll help certainly a lot of the providers that are trying to finish up here rather quickly, but certainly it did impact the applicant pool. So if we can go to the next slide.
Okay, David, I'm going to interrupt you here because Representative Tarwater has a question.
Sure.
I keep trying to make you a senator.
I'm not interested.
I know you're not.
David, thanks for being here today. I appreciate you being here in person. We can understand you and interact. This connectivity, did you say you set aside $50 million for that?
Yeah, there's $50 million for the surge group, yes.
Then are all those grants out?
Yes, so as you'll see, and we actually did provide try to not get away from the microphone. We did, the one printout we did do of awards was the broadband. So it looks like this. And as you'll see, we awarded, I think it was about $49.2 million. So those dollars are all out. There are processes for them to be able to get that funding. They have to meet certain benchmarks. But nonetheless, yeah, those awards have been out, and they've been out for about 2 months now.
Okay, so in the presentation before yours, we had in the Spark deal, $60 million total for connectivity, broadband infrastructure. Is this $50 million included in that, or is that additional?
Yep, so that's 50 million, and then there's 10 million targeted towards lower income. That one was a little bit more complex. We left that out. Certainly, if you would like some information, I can have Stanley talk about the $10 million grant program, but the main one that we had focused on was the $50 million search grant.
Okay, but then there was another $16 million given to schools for connectivity also. So is that in the $60 million or outside of the $60 million? Anybody know that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask. We only dealt with the 60 million. So that I know. I'm not sure about the other 16. I'll have to double check with the recovery office on that one.
Okay, and then Madam Chair, I had a question on the earlier slide.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The Meals on Wheels.
Yes.
I understand that it's a great program, and I think everyone can agree to that, but how did that end up in the commerce budget?
So it didn't necessarily end up in the commerce budget. The CDBG is what ended up in the commerce budget. You had certain uses that you can use that CDBG funding towards. So one of them was meal programs, and we decided to try to target existing meal type programs available. So as a result, you get to think about it more so as a community development piece, which also falls under the Department of Commerce. And so we wanted to utilize existing not-for-profits and programs available, so that way it could limit the amount of money that would be used towards, trying to start something up, and more towards money that would go out the door more efficiently.
All right, thanks a lot. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Perfect. So this is a timeline for the search broadband grants. I'm not really going to go through all of this, but just quickly to try to make you understand the condensed timeline. We received funding on August 10th. State Finance Council approved it. By August 13th, applications were posted for review. On August 19th, folks could start applying. And on October 8th, agreements were sent out. That's 2 months, as I've mentioned. That's pretty aggressive for a broadband grant program. But again, there was a need for it. We desperately needed to get money out the door and start to be able to address a lot of the broadband needs that we'll talk about a little bit later, as far as why we've fallen a little bit behind But it's important to make sure that we get as many Kansans connected with broadband at least 25.3 as quickly as possible. Because nonetheless, even with the vaccine rolling out, we still got many months ahead where we are going to need to rely on, remote work, telehealth, and the like. And I would actually argue with you, one of the things that we're probably going to see going forward is this increased dependency on remote working, telehealth, and other areas where broadband is heavily utilized. So if you go to the next slide. You'll see, so this is just a quick summary. We received 84 applications, 67 were approved. The one note I would like to make is that every application that was eligible, so if they followed the guidelines and that they had applied for and shown that they could meet all the rules, they received funding. So there was no denial. There was nobody that could have received funding and was eligible did not. And I think that was a very good thing. It's a plus. So if you want to break it down by region, again, Northeast Kansas, 9.7 million, Kansas City, 8.3, Southeast Kansas, 5.2 million, South Central was the biggest amount, 14.1, North Central was 590,000, Northwest was 402,000, Southwest was 10.9 million. Two reasons why you see some of those discrepancies in cost. Rural areas, it's a lot more expensive, but again, it was also based on what applications we received. So we didn't necessarily, quote unquote, I know there's always a concern of picking winners and losers. Everybody received funding. If regionally they received less, it was just because we had less applicants. And my guess is, again, that's really constricted due to timeline. Timeline was really the biggest concern that we had from our applicants. You can go to the next slide. So this is just quickly, and I apologize, we are working on a more updated map, and as soon as our broadband team has it ready, I know we're working with our consultants to get it done, we will send it out. But this kind of uses the Form 477 FCC map, and there's two things I just want to highlight. Number one, obviously the before and after, you can see it better on the pages you have in front of you. But as the pink on the right side is now expanded broadband access to those areas. But the other thing I want to note, and I think it's important, and then we'll get into this when we talk about broadband and mapping, the Form 477, unfortunately, is not an accurate depiction of what is going on in the state of Kansas. There are a lot of areas that show that are covered, and they are not. And I think you can see that if you look at the numbers that are associated with the applications. Some of them are indeed in yellow areas that the federal government claims are covered, but they're not. So that's a lot of the challenge that we have in Kansas, is being able to figure out what areas are, what areas aren't, and being able to address those that aren't or are underserved, and making sure that we do take care of them going forward. So if we can go to the next slide. And we'll have more on the broadband piece as we talk specifically about it, but I figured we'd just highlight that right now. Small business grant. So as a total, we received, again, so a little over 70 million in economic development grants. I think it was about 79 million. I'm mostly going to focus on small business grants. Those were the biggest bunch. These are all much smaller grants, but as you can see, we tried to do PPE procurement, PPE manufacturing, supply chain, R&D, securing local foods. I know there's been questions about, we housed it because we built the framework on our website. So there was no need for the Department of Ag to kind of build its own. We tried to do a kind of a cost saving there. So we housed the applications, but they reviewed it, provided recommendations, and we funded it based on their recommendations. And then the last one is we had 8.1 million towards 3 programs for workforce training and retraining. We can go to the next slide. So this is kind of like a summary slide, to kind of tell you where, how we distributed our funds. In total, 5,696 applications for just the small business working capital, which we were able to fund 1,982 of them. The average award amount was close to 19,000. In many cases, the max amount a company could offer was 20,000. The number of businesses that applied and did not receive any funding is over 3,700. And I think the important thing to kind of show how quickly this money really dissipated was if you look at the declinations for companies that applied within the first 24 hours, over 2,000. Folks applied really quickly, and so in a perfect world, we understood that every company is going to need funding. There was no way to do a full analysis of quote unquote who needed it more. They all need it. That's just a reality. We know that. So we did have to rely a little bit on a first come, first serve. We did try to make sure that we hit a variety of sectors, which we will show on a graph here shortly on the next slide. And then the last thing is, again, we also wanted to make sure we hit all of Kansas. Certainly we didn't, if 70% of the immediate applications were from Sedgwick or greater Kansas City, we didn't want all the money necessarily going to only one area. We wanted to make sure we divided it up so all of our, our entire state could get a piece of the, and make sure that businesses received a little bit of help everywhere. So if we can go to the next slide. So as you can see, we really tried to target a diverse kind of sectors. So many of them were, specifically impacted. So again, if you look at hospitality, certainly they've been impacted, some of the, the longest time, I would argue. Personal services, business services, not-for-profits, art and entertainment, manufacturing is another big one. So we really did try to address as many sectors as we possibly could. And so I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but certainly it's there for you if you'd like to kind of review it and look through it. And then if you go to the next slide, this is the awards by sector. In some instances, the percent of applicants versus the percent of approvals is a little bit different, but for the most part, again, we really did try to make sure we addressed every single sector that we could, especially sectors that were hard hit. So if you look at some of the bigger ones, again, hospitality, business services, personal services, manufacturing, all these types of businesses that rely on in-person, and the need to have people there. Those were the ones that we wanted to make sure we got as many dollars out the door towards, because they're going to be the hardest hit over time. So if we can go to the next slide. So, and then the last one is, so if you look at, we did grant awards by region. So again, it was a 40-20-40 split, but we wanted to provide you a little bit of a more detailed breakdown. So we broke it down into region, and similarly, again, it's, it was based on the 40-20-40, so as you'll see, greater Kansas City and received, again, about 40%, Sedgwick County 20, and then the rest, the other kind of 5 regions make up the rest of the 40%. We did provide you, again, a PDF. That PDF, I think, is like 70 pages of all the awardees. We did not want to print out 30 copies of that. I figured you didn't want to lug around 70-page documents, so hopefully there's a mutual agreement that you can have it be a PDF, and if there are any questions, comments, please let us know. We wanted to make sure we did get you the names, so we figured that would be the best way to do it. We can go to the next slide. So this is the last part of my presentation, which is now looking at what was the state facing before COVID, what has happened because of COVID, and where are we going to be at once we get past COVID. So, let's look at some of the trends and what they mean for the future. So if we can go to the next slide. So I think it's important to kind of see where we, some of the struggles, and I think there are 2 main struggles. There's three areas, and I should have mentioned, a lot of this is going to be covered for those of you that sit on commerce, which many of you do. As you know, we've been working on the framework for growth. It's a report that we're trying to put together to propose an economic development plan that is 10 to 15 years down the road that can help us guide, years 1 through 5, 6 through 10, and then, years 11 through 15 that's where we want to be. That's our end goal. Unfortunately, I was really hoping it'd be ready to go by now. I think we've got about another week and change. It's going through some final edits. So this is going to be kind of a taste of that. I certainly expect that we will be back in front of Commerce in January to talk about the report as a whole. So there are a lot more details. on these trends and items in there. And we can spend hours talking about it. I just wanted to touch on some of the finer points. Certainly welcome discussion or questions. And then, like I said, we expect to have that conversation in greater detail as we get into 2021. But this first slide, again, where was Kansas headed towards, February 2020? So one of the biggest issues we've had as a state is being able to keep our talent here. So if you look at this graph, 2010, 2011, 2012, we were in pretty good shape. After 2012, we've kind of hit, a pattern where we are, out migration is far greater than what we are bringing in. So you can see the numbers by the year. Our worst years were 2016 and 2017. Certainly we're not, we've done better than that in the last couple of years, but we are still ways away of where we need to be. And this is one of the critical struggles of our state is we've got to find a way to keep our talent here. And there's a lot of reasons why they're leaving. So we can go to the next slide. So I think it's also important to see it as kind of a comparison to our neighbors. So if you just look at population estimates, which is a little different than outmigration, but it's still, roughly in kind of the same boat. Our population change ranks, again, it's in the mid to late 30s, depending on whether you're looking at just the estimate itself or the change year over year. If you compare that to many of our neighbors, we're lagging. I think that kind of gives a really good picture as far as what is something we've got to be able to address immediately if we're going to see dramatic change in our state in the next 10 years. This is something we've got to focus on. And like I said, there are a lot of issues why we'll touch on them, but I thought this graph is incredibly important that you all able to see. And again, sometimes we do want to see what our neighbors are doing. So it's important to kind of compare it to, it's not a regional per se issue. It's just things that we've neglected or just not done as well as we can. And that's something we've got to address. And then if we go to the next slide.
David,
Yes.
excuse me, we have a question from Representative Clayton.
Sure.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. You mentioned on the last slide that there were a lot of people migrating out of the state. I think that we can all definitely agree that that's a problem. And you said that there are a lot of reasons why they're leaving. Over the years, I've heard that people are leaving to move to income tax states, and I've literally never, ever decided to live somewhere based on that. But I'd be curious to see what the actual reasons are. Do we have? I mean, it's like, what do? We can't exactly do an exit interview whenever someone leaves the state, but this is something that we have been discussing, and I've heard this for years as a problem. So
Sure. So again, I think the framework for growth does touch into that in more details. Just to kind of briefly touch on it, as we'll see kind of in the next piece, there's job-related issues. Our job income is not nearly as good as other states are because we've invested in sectors that don't necessarily align with future growth. So like tech, bioscience, those kind of sectors we've lagged behind. Other sectors like food processing that we do need to continue to invest in does have some automation related items, and those tend to be lower wages. So that's one item. Certainly there's a rural component to, and this is national, not just Kansas, but there's rural out-migration that we're trying to address, although some states have been very creative in finding solutions on that. So that's something that we're going to look at. And again, I think there's a third piece, which is we don't reach our kids at an early enough stage, right? So for the most part, there's very little interaction when they're in middle school, high school, and we're certainly improving on that as a state, but other states just jump started on that. And so they're in better position on that than we are right now. So if you have, various kids that know that, let's say they want to be a welder, or, whatever it be, if you can reach them at an early enough stage, and provide them that opportunity, show them they've got a great wage, great opportunity here in Kansas. Surely, I don't think there's a community out there in our state that doesn't need these types of jobs. And this is incredibly important to our workforce. There's a greater percent that we're able to keep them here. And so there's, like I said, there's a lot of different factors. Those are three that jump off the bat. But I would certainly tell you that in the framework for growth, there will be a lot more detail on that that'll be able to better address your question.
Thank
More
you.
detail.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. I mean, you maybe alluded to this already, but just looking for quick reconciliation of some data here. On slide 22, the far right column, you show what I'm saying is net migration of 8,200 people, roughly.
Yep.
Am I seeing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Then on slide 23, that first line of Kansas shows maybe an increase of 1,900. How do I reconcile it?
Sure. So migration is specifically folks moving from one state to the other. Population as a whole accounts for childbirth, things of the like. So that's the difference. The reason it's important to show both, but the migration piece is incredibly important because that's really focusing in on people moving out of our state for one reason or the other. So it's important to keep that number, whether it be positive or as close to zero, because it would then, we'd be able to see a better, hopefully, reflection of folks that wanting to stay here as opposed to wanting to move elsewhere for whatever reason.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thanks. If we go to the next slide. So this is the last piece. This really reflects again on personal income growth. So I don't know if you can see that box all the way on the left side. That's Kansas. The orange is the national average. And as you can see, we're lagging. And this is the second piece of it. Again, it's the opportunities for high wage jobs that provide a good opportunity for a person, especially a younger person, whether you have family, even 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever it be, to be able to see their future here. Those are the type of jobs that really draw people, that keep people here. And this is a good graph showing that we've got some catching up to do. And that's something that I know at the department we really look forward to. As I mentioned, I know I'm going to beat this to a drum, but it really is, this is how important this study has been. The framework will address this in a little bit more detail and provide some ideas on how we can address it. But I think it's important, and I know this is things that this committee has heard about and covered, but it's important to make sure we continue to hit this point home. That we do have to get this moving and improve on this. So we can go to the next slide. So challenges that we had coming into COVID. These are things that, again, touch on some of the issues that we're seeing. So again, population decline and losing talent. I think that's the number one issue. We have tremendous university system. We've got, our K through 12 is ranked high compared to our peers nationally. So we've got tremendous talent every year that unfortunately we just are not able to retain at a high enough rate. That's got to be the number one challenge we have going forward. Specifically, I know this is an item that has been touched on, but certainly reflects a lot of South Central Kansas aviation. Before COVID, for those of you that remember, the 737 MAX production stopped on that. So if you remember in January, Spirit furloughed thousands of employees, and then literally as session was wrapping up, I think this was like the first week of real concern on COVID, Textron announced thousands and thousands of furloughs as well. So this is well before the pandemic really began to hit our state. So as you might imagine, South Central Kansas has had some of the highest unemployment numbers in our state, and we are working with our aviation counterparts, and we'll talk a little bit about what we're trying to do, but it's going to take a while, and that's just a reality. So, but those are things that occurred well before the pandemic hit. The pandemic just kind of injected it with steroids and created a much bigger problem that came out really quick. This is something I've mentioned. Our sector mix doesn't align with future future automation. These are things, again, there are certain sectors that unfortunately are headed towards more automation. That means less need for human workforce. And those also tend to be lower wage scales. So we've got to be able to align our sectors with those that are going to be taking off in the future and providing the best opportunities. Those are the ones that our future generations are going to want to be part of, and those are ones they're probably going to gear their studies towards. So those are the ones we want to target, because being able to capitalize on that will keep them here, it'll keep our economy flowing, and the diversity of it will hopefully keep us from ending up in a situation where we rely on one or two sectors, and if that sector ends up struggling for an extended period of time, our state struggles for an extended period of time. And then the last, so rollout migration, I know that piece has been covered in the legislature for a lot over the last couple of years, so I know you're familiar with it, so I won't take up too much time on that. But we are working on some creative issues to try to solve some of that. And then lastly, I think this is a really big one. We're ranked 38th nationally in startup job creation. Startups are a huge piece of our economy. That's where, future technology, those big companies, all ended up as startups. So that's where we need to be investing our money. Those are the ideas, the type of people, those entrepreneurs that are really going to help shape our state's economy here in the next 10, 20 years. And certainly we need to be investing more money into that. If we can go to the next slide. So again, this takes a look at some of the struggles we've seen as COVID hit Kansas. Again, I could spend 2 hours on this. This is just a very kind of quick synopsis, touch some higher points. But there's, certainly if I haven't touched on one, it doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. It just, for the lack of time, we wanted to make sure we touched on these. But certainly there's a lot more than what's in here. But again, immediate hurt felt by aviation and hospitality industry. Those aviation, obviously no travel, people don't want to buy planes, people don't want to fly right now. We're starting to see a little bit of a recovery on that, but nowhere near what we were doing in February 2020. It's probably going to take a while, probably till people are vaccinated. It's, we're looking at well into 2021 before we try to begin to see anywhere really near normal on that on aviation. And the same goes for hospitality, our restaurants, our bars, our, event spaces. Until consumer confidence grows and people feel safe and comfortable, those things are going to lag for a while. And certainly we're doing everything we can to try to help those industries specifically. Another item again is broadband capacity, especially in our rural areas. Those are things we've got to be able to try to address, and certainly the 50 million is a really good start with the surge grants. This is something we're going to need to continue to work on, especially as, like I said, things we're hearing from companies is there's going to be a lot more interest in remote working, trying to save money on space and things like that. So we've got to be able to ready our state for that. Venues and live events all are on pause. There's me as a huge sports fan. I'd love to be at a sports game right now. But nonetheless, it's going to be a while until we get to do that. So, at least do it on a massive scale. And so, that has to be an understanding that unfortunately a lot of our venues across our state are being hurt tremendously. And for them, they actually are hoping to receive some specific federal funding. It hasn't happened yet. So they really are relying on every dollar because they've got no events, they've got no income right now. Consumer confidence declined sharply. Obviously, as the pandemic spread, a lot of people didn't feel comfortable going out. So we'll touch a little bit on that, but that has hurt in so many different sectors. I don't think I can name them all, but there's a lot of need to get people feeling safe and comfortable and for them to be able to go out, spend and shop. Another item was we lacked enough workers in sectors requiring certification. I know this was a bill we tried to touch on last year with license reciprocity. I shouldn't say last year, it's earlier this year. It feels like last year. But it's license reciprocity, that was a big deal. I mean, we need more skilled folks that have those certifications here. And one of the things we found out during the pandemic is we had a shortage of them. I don't think that's a shock. That's something we knew going into it. And certainly we'll talk about what things were done to address it. And then lastly, a dramatic increase in unemployment. That's something I know you all have touched on, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but certainly that is a huge problem. A lot of our Kansans don't have work. And that's something that is really hurting our economy. So we can go to the next slide. So Commerce's immediate response. I would love to tell you that there's a perfect strategy out there for how to deal with pandemics. The last pandemic of this magnitude was in 1918 with the Spanish flu. So no handbook existed that they passed along to us on how to deal with it. So a lot of these challenges come at you immediately, and you've got to be able to react pretty nimbly, fast, aggressive. And that's something we talked about with kind of where the Department of Commerce is headed. This is something that taught us a lot about our department, about our reaction time, about things we need to be able to react to better and more efficiently. So our goal has been to react as quickly as possible in any which way we can. It started with the hire fund. But one thing we realized really quickly when the CARES Act came out, businesses had a lot of needs with being able to apply, or needed assistance with being able to apply for PPP and EIDL loans. SBA was swamped. They didn't have enough staff. I can imagine, again, I mean, you've got God knows how many businesses that were trying to apply all across our nation. So what we decided to do pretty quickly is we got with SBA and, in Wichita, worked with them on a plan to train our employees. It took about a couple of days. And then we launched our live chat on our website to be able to help out all businesses who needed questions answered, help with being able to apply for those federal funds. We felt that, even though we didn't necessarily have state resources to give out, the best way we could help was being able to make sure they applied and they had an accurate application going in to better their chances of being able to receive those federal funds. And on top of that, one of the things I think we realized in this is that we didn't have as good relationship with our small business community. Again, our focus has always been recruitment and retention, but a big piece of our economy is our small business community, and I think we needed we need to have better relationships with them. So one of the things that Secretary Tolan has done is he has reached out to nearly every single small business community group. We've really touched base with our local chambers. He's done a lot of visits to our small businesses. We've been trying to promote them on YouTube, Facebook, everything of the like. These are things that we realize we need to do better on, and we are committed to doing better on. So we really look forward to working with our small businesses and our business associations. So along with that also involves taking a broader approach to strengthening our economy. So it's not just big businesses, but we also want to make sure we target specific areas like PPE manufacturing that we know will be a big component of the economy going forward. These are things we really wanted to bring into our state. And then we felt we could bring wins and bring new jobs to help alleviate some of that pain. And then emphasis on reshoring. So again, as companies have kind of experienced the pandemic and the supply chain has been disrupted, a lot of folks are interested in bringing their companies and their presence back to the United States and away from overseas. So we've been trying to work with companies who are interested in this. This is critical. This is a great opportunity for our country to bring and in our state to bring companies back, have their presence back in the United States of America, and have those products made here in the United States and distributed from here and the state of Kansas. And then lastly, part of this was related to licensing, governor executive orders to reduce regulations. Whether it be licensing, registration renewal, larger hauls for commercial vehicles, alcohol-related regulations, we've worked with the governor's office, and the governor has issued executive orders reducing those regulations, which has been a great help to our business community, and it's certainly been a positive impact. We go to the next slide, and I think I only have a couple more slides to go here, so I'm trying to wrap up. Where are we at today? So I think the biggest thing I want to be able to point out is we've actually seen a $1 billion increase in new capital investment in our state year over year. We are at $2.3 billion, and we are hopeful that we will break the all-time record for that by the end of this year. This has been an incredible achievement. It's involved a lot of strategy, targeting specific sectors and companies that we know we're interested in moving. And being able to work with them to make them see Kansas as their future home. Our team across the country, we have, I think six recruitment folks who, and our in-state business development team. They have done a tremendous amount of being able to pull this off. And it's important to note that when you think of capital investment, so it's not only just the jobs that are eventually going to come, those do take a couple of years sometimes for the full amount of jobs to be able to come, but it's also the construction, right? So it's not, you've got the construction workers, so if you take like Saline, so we have Schwann's that we announced the deal in the summer in Saline County. There's not an RV park available right now in Saline County. We've got workers, tremendous amount of workers all across that county working on these projects. that benefits our local communities tremendously. So it's important to think of these economic development deals not just in the jobs they create in the future, but in the construction and the economic development that is being created today. And so, you know, another example, over 600 workers are currently working on Urban Outfitters facility. That's absolutely tremendous for the greater Kansas City area. And then the last one is an $8 billion grain belt express transmission line. So that's a power line that is going throughout the Midwest. So it begins in Spearville, Kansas, all the way going through Illinois and Indiana. You know, the expected economic development from that is somewhere in, you know, first of all, we're expected to save about $7 billion in electricity costs through 2045. And then there's $3.7 billion in economic output across the region, not just Kansas, as a result of construction on this. This is really, really good news. We can go to the next slide. So another thing we're trying to focus on is building up the supply chain. So two examples, Plasticon. So Plasticon, you know, those vials that they, you know, for COVID tests that you either spit in or, you know, they take it, you know, the Q-tip and put it in. So they make the vials here in Lawrence for many of those, you know, tests. And so, you know, we were able to help them expand their operation. But then on top of that, what we were able to find out is that the tops for those vials are actually made in California. There's not too many people that are loving the business environment in California at the moment. So one of the things we're able to work on is we pitch them, why don't you bring that here, bring those jobs here? And so they are bringing those jobs. We are going to get 50 jobs. Their production is now fully going to be in Kansas. That was a tremendous win for our state. And again, those are items that are going to be needed for quite a while. Tremendously impactful. So that was a huge win as a result of being able to address, again, specifically supply chain issues. Another item that I think we're looking at is, again, how do we keep our aviation workers here? So realistically, obviously, there's not going to be enough jobs right now to be able to get all those aviation workers. So one of the things we're looking at doing, so there's a federal trade adjustment assistance program that helps highly skilled workers such as those in aviation transition towards a work in healthcare. It's not a perfect long-term solution, but that is a quick way to be able to transition, get employment, work in an industry that is badly needed right now, and then eventually, certainly you still have that skill set to be able to come back into aviation, but thus we don't lose those workers. And I think that's critical for us. As I mentioned, there's a $50 million in broadband grants and the launch of the state grant program. And then the last piece is working with various groups. So as you know, we do have a Mask Up we're promoting Mask Up. It's a big deal. But the biggest thing with us is we want to be able to promote a safe environment for our consumers. Our consumers have to feel safe in order for them to be able to go back out, shop, and spend. And so our goal here is to work with each community, however we can, to be able to promote safe shopping, safe spending, being able to go out and contribute to your local economy. It's vital if we're going to be able to see those types of changes going forward. So lastly, if you go to the next slide. So where are we going to be moving forward? So I think one of the biggest things we've got to do is get creative, right? So let's highlight aviation, for example. Maintenance, repair, and overhaul, MRO. That's a real opportunity as folks continue to heavily utilize their commercial aircraft. That, you know, for the Amazons, you know, the Walmarts, all of those, that's really a huge opportunity for our state because we've got the infrastructure in place, we've got the workforce in place. We can do that, and we can take a big piece of that pie and be able to do it here in Kansas and do it in South Central Kansas, which would be a big win all around. I know there are people working on that. But that is a really big deal. That's one opportunity. But I do think that it's important, and this is probably specifically for South Central Kansas, we have to do a diversification of the economy so that we don't end up in the same situation again. You know, hopefully we don't end up in another pandemic or anything of the like, but nonetheless, I think it's a lesson learned that we want to make sure our economy is diversified. As I've touched on, better alignment between higher education and business. and keeping talent in Kansas. Those really go hand in hand. We've got to be able to get to our kids, whether in their college years, be able to show them the opportunities that are available, link them that, before they graduate, they know they've got the opportunity, we've linked it, it's ready to go. If they've got that, it's certainly a lot easier to stay than it is to either, if they're not from here, go back home or choose to look for other opportunities. A lot of folks want stability right out of college. This provides that. We've got to do a better job of that. We've got a great relationship with the Board of Regents. We are working on that actively. Another thing is, again, leveraging the assets we have. So we're in the state of Kansas, logistically wise, we're right in the middle of the country. We've got to be able to utilize that in a much better way. And as I've mentioned, continuing to advocate for more assistance for our small businesses. And then lastly, this is something that I know the framework will touch on a lot more. Must work to build high growth innovative sectors. Those are where the high jobs are at going forward. Those are things that we really need to be able to provide opportunity for our generations coming up here. That would do a tremendous help in being able to keep them here. So with all that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, David. That was very, very well done and succinct. Appreciated. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate what you guys are doing. I just want to maybe go back to 28, where we are today. The $8 billion Grain Belt Express transmission line.
Yes.
You made a statement that we were going to save, what you say, $7 billion in electricity costs?
Yes, I believe that is the estimate.
I appreciate what you guys are doing, but I don't appreciate over exaggerating of what that green belt is not. We're not going to see any of that electricity. That's all going out. Once it's built, that's a DC line, and that electricity is totally going out. So I'm not sure where you get the $7 billion that we're going to save. So and it's also an $8 billion project over multiple states. Once it's built, I mean, that's all the money we're going to get from it. So I just want to make sure that we don't oversell something that is not maybe quite as big as it really is.
Sure. So again, the $8 billion is the total cost of the program. Roughly the estimate that we got on saving, I mean, we're not utility experts. Those are folks from the industry. Those are the projections that we've received. So we're just providing you those projections. And then again, we did state that it is in multiple states. Certainly all that economic development is not going to be in the state of Kansas, but we will see a portion of it.
Well, sure. I mean, there'll be landowners that'll get money for it, and there'll be some workers while they're building it. But once it's done, it's the state's not going to really see much from it. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying let's not sell something for that's not necessarily going to be a huge economic boom to us over a period of time. So that's the only thing. I mean, you and I, we understand each other, so I appreciate it. And then also on the aviation, I just flew last week and out of Wichita, and actually I was pretty surprised how busy the airport was. And so do we have any numbers on that as far as where we are compared to maybe this time last year?
I can work to get you those numbers from the airports. I do know we have seen a start to the recovery. I heard that Thanksgiving weekend, certainly there was a busier foot traffic than what was initially kind of expected a few months ago. So there is some level of comfort of flying, but obviously it is still nowhere near February 2020 capacity. But I won't.
It's probably not. I'd be curious to see what it is. Sure. And then the last thing, do we have a breakdown of what the impact of Textron and Spirit, the percentage of layoffs to our overall? Because I think I can't remember now. We're at 8% right now, 9% unemployment. Is that about right?
Sounds about right. I mean, I probably referred to Department of Labor.
Yeah, I
can't specific number. That's about the range we're at.
Be interested to see what the percentage is just that aviation, that was going to happen already.
Yeah, so it's, right, so it's twofold, right? So yeah, the percentage, I'd be curious, but on the flip side, though, there are a lot of folks that have already exhausted all their unemployment on that end. And that's another challenge as well. So that may not tell the full picture of how much folks are struggling.
So that 8% may be actually more.
It could be, yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And any other questions? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to the $8 billion Greenbelt Express. So to be clear, that $8 billion isn't only in Kansas, that's across all the states.
Correct.
And let's say there was electricity savings, cost savings of $7 billion. What was your thought process to come up with an electric savings of $7 billion?
So again, I mean, those are numbers we got from the industry. And so we are relying on their expertise to be able to provide that number. We're not experts on how to calculate utility rates, or at least utility cost savings over a 20 plus year period. So that is what they've provided us on that.
Would it maybe provide more revenue for the utility companies and they could pass that on as savings to the public? Or?
I don't want to take a guess on that one. That's probably a better question for them.
It just caught my attention because we talk all the time about how one of the biggest barriers to entry to bring a large business, manufacturing business to Kansas is our electric rates, with the exception of some areas of the state.
Yeah.
So if that's something that we can drill down on, and if we can leverage that to allow this to help allow this to happen, maybe we can do something there.
Agreed.
My next question is on the aviation workers. There's this retraining program for healthcare. Is that only for healthcare? Or
I believe it's specifically targeted towards healthcare. But I will double check and make sure, but if I remember correctly, it is specifically healthcare.
Well, if MRO is a real opportunity, then maybe we can find a way to make that work. That's all, thanks.
Thank you. And Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, thanks for being here. Let me take a stab at answering the question by Representative Hoffman and Representative Tarwater. It might be that these savings projected could be from additional renewables, cheaper electricity. We're going to sell this transmission line, will give us the ability to export that electricity. But I think the key might be the retirement of coal-fired power plants. I think that's, a big, large investment. So once those come offline, hopefully there will be some savings because that's one of the main reasons our electricity rates are higher, is because we've upgraded those plants environmentally, made large investments compared to our surrounding states, i.e. Oklahoma, who has cheap gas. And that's one of the main drivers that we've had for electricity rates. That was my a very initial stab at that. But I have a couple questions. Number one, do you believe from the Department of Commerce that job redevelopment is a key going forward because of coming out of this pandemic, remote, working, training, fitting? We've heard recently when we had an HR specialist in front of this committee that we already have a number of jobs out there, but we have all kinds of concerns or obstructions on matching people up. What do you think? Is that going to be a big issue going forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a national issue, right? So you've got a workforce that's mostly trained to work in person. Things have disrupted that. So certainly re-engaging that workforce and redeveloping that workforce, and whether it be through workforce training, through remote working, that is going to be a huge critical piece that is going to be part of our economy, not just in the short term, but in the long term. It's just kind of rethinking how we do things, and then getting our workforce to be able to work through all of that. So that is going to be a very critical piece, and we do have proposals hopefully to address some of that in the short term. I think we're just waiting on some final approval on that, and so hopefully we'll be able to announce that shortly. And then, like I said, we do have to figure out how we address some of that on the long-term side as well.
Okay, appreciate that, Madam Chair. Just one other question. You're going to, the department's going to present to the committees, you hope this next legislative session, a long-term strategy, I believe, and you called it what was?
Framework for growth.
Framework for growth. One of my pet peeves, and I'm going to bring it up again today, and I think the chair of this committee is, I think there was some discussion last year, and I think it really meshes well with economic recovery during the pandemic and going forward. And that is the issue of EDIF. I hate to continually bring that up, but my question is, will that be a portion of what you're going to bring forward in your long-term strategy on a rework, redesign, evaluation of that whole program?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that it's part of necessarily the framework for growth exactly. I do think there's going to be a talk of committing resources over a long period of time. And certainly one of the struggles that we're going to have this year is, in a perfect world, we'd love to bring a lot more proposals to your table next year. But we're also very much aware that we're in the red, and we've got quite a bit of red trying to address for FY22. And so that will unfortunately hinder some of our ability to offer that many proposals. Specifically regarding EDIF, I don't know that there is a perfect opinion. I think the plan itself will call for resources. How those resources are ultimately funded, that's usually a legislature and a governor kind of talk or debate or discussion, however you want to call it. So I don't know that we have a specific answer on that EDIF funding front.
Okay. Madam Chair, that would be, and I know there's been discussion, but that might be a recommendation, is to take a look at that particular program and reevaluate and rework that. Thank you.
And Representative Gardner, I agree with you, and I think it is time to take some of those audits very seriously. And if you would, Representative, if you would like to put something together for this committee, and certainly when we discuss that this afternoon, and then we'll need, something sent, written down from you, so that that doesn't get lost in the mix of what we're doing. And I know committee, we're going to have David continue with his afternoon presentation, but I do want to ask you, or ask of you, you recommended in your last few pages some of the things that we should be looking at, and I'm going to ask the same to you. Especially, particularly, an area that is of interest to me is the alignment between higher ed and businesses. And I would even put that further, the alignment of K-12 education to job-ready jobs. Job-ready students who do not want to go or do not choose to go to higher ed. So the technical programs that they can get certified in. And so what that means is an alignment between K-12 education and those companies directly, because that would be a way to get these young people immediately into the workforce, because those jobs are out there. I don't need to relay that to you. And they are actually needing qualified people to do those types of jobs, electricians, plumbing, etc. So would you consider looking at that in terms of recommendations from the Commerce Department for workforce and that alignment with our educational institutions?
Certainly.
Thank you.
100%.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I ask that not only communicating with the businesses, but possibly communicating with unions as well, just given the fact trying to get people funneled into apprenticeship programs, if we could have that added to the language, I would be.
Yes, I think that's very appropriate, and that would be worthy of adding to the list for workforce development. So thank you. Okay, David, how about talking about, and Stanley Adams, who's in the room, I believe, or is he on Zoom? Great. All right, and
we just need the next PowerPoint. Sorry, bear with 1 second. But while that happens, so our goal in this kind of presentation was really to walk you through where we are with broadband, but kind of give you a little bit of historical context. I know not everybody has been involved in that process. So what kind of, why are we where we are and what we're going to do going forward? So we go to the next slide. So how did we get here? Broadband remains one of the pressing needs in Kansas and our country. I've already touched on a lot of this stuff, so I'm not going to continue to kind of harp on the point. But again, the one thing I do want to make sure we note, states all across our region have developed grant programs to accelerate deployment and access. We are behind on this. This is something that is incredibly important that we catch up on. The economic development, the Spark grants with respect to broadband were a great start. It helped us get a quick infusion, dollars out the door, projects starting. But again, there was limitations on that, so that is a start. We need to continue to develop it and continue to invest in it. So that's going to be one of the things we concentrate on. So we could go to the next slide. So in 2009, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, if you remember, that's kind of the last recession that we had. And so it was a stimulus bill, and in that bill, there was funding for all to launch a 50-state data collection and mapping initiative. So we partnered with a consultant to apply because at the time, and this precedes me, the capacity did not exist to be able to handle that program. If you remember back then, it was Kansas Inc. So that kind of tells you how far back we're going here. This is a much different time as far as our state being able to handle this. But the vision for these funds was to enable states to engage directly with ISPs to collect coverage data and then populate a national broadband map to assist policymaking and those funding allocations. Eventually, again, it did include capacity because I think the states at the time were dealing with budget issues. There was a realization that there wouldn't necessarily be funding to put all these plans and get the strategy off the ground and running. So they did end up putting in some funding for capacity building, and then the project included support for establishing local community technology planning pilots to assist in developing localized broadband plans because every place is different. Certainly, what's needed in let's say, for example, in Johnson County is not necessarily what's needed in Southwest Kansas. So there was plans to facilitate that type of deployment and adoption. So we can go to the next slide. So from Kansas's end, challenges arose, and we faced 4 main issues as a result of trying to pull this off. Mapping broadband availability was new at the time. Talking about, again, 2009. And there were concerns about what the map would ultimately be used for. So we had to put together NDAs to work with the ISPs to encourage their participation. And unfortunately, at the time, we just did not get anywhere near 100% participation. And then on top of that, the federal methodology for collecting data was an improvement over the existing FCC model, but it relied on census tract definitions. So as a result of that, that tended to overstate the actual availability of broadband if you looked at the map, which kind of defeats part of the purpose. Modest improvements in data collection at the time, but again, there was still too much time and funding spent on the actual mapping, and we never actually invested in being able to build out on that. And so, the problem just continued to worsen over time. And then, of course, after 5 years, when the funding dried up, we didn't have a map that was reliable. So as a result, we kind of lost 5 years, had no additional funding, and then we didn't end up with anything that we could use. That's a huge reason why we are where we are right now. If we go to the next slide. So I can speak a little bit more directly on this. But in 2018, under Governor Collier, they did work with the broadband task force that was formed by the state legislature and was signed into law. So one of the ideas was to try to refresh this attempt, provide one-time mapping to assist the work of the newly created task force. Grant funds were provided from the Information Network of Kansas through grants and support again. The focus here, though, was a little bit different as having worked directly under Governor Collier. I remember specifically his focus was to be able to show the federal government that their mapping is incorrect, that we needed to, and unfortunately, as a result, they believed that we didn't qualify for any additional federal funds, and the goal here was to show that as a result of their mapping being incorrect, that we should receive additional federal funds to be able to address some of these issues. And then again, so while this mapping snapshot was an improvement over the Form 477, which I showed you earlier in the before and after, but we still didn't get 100% participation from the ISPs. And then the mapping still suffered from inaccuracies. So while we do have that map, it is available. It's still not 100% an overview of where Kansas broadband is and where we have broadband and where we don't. And more importantly, where we have at least 25.3 and where we don't. So if we can go to the next slide. So then we had the broadband task force. So as I mentioned, that was created by the Kansas legislature and signed into law. So it was created in 2018. It included members of the state Senate, House, members of the ISP industry, the municipalities, Association of Counties, and others. And I know Stanley took a very active role in those meetings and addressed the committee on multiple occasions. By law, the purpose of this task force was to review previous issues and provide recommendations. So it did meet from 2019 to 2020. A final report was presented, I believe, in January 2020 with recommendations for further consideration. And actually, we were in close consultation with the chairs at the time. So I believe it was then Senator Ty Masterson, President, and Representative Joe Sayward, to be able to support a path forward and work on something that can work long term. And actually, as we'll talk about, we formed a grant program, and many of those recommendations are highlighted in our grant program. We did go through it. We thought there was a very, very good, robust discussion on what we should be doing moving forward. So if we can go to the next slide. So we have the creation of the Broadband Development Office, which was one of those recommendations. So on October 8th, Governor Kelly, this year, on October 8th, Governor Kelly formally established the Office of Broadband Development. The office is housed in the Kansas Department of Commerce. And really, while we agreed that in 2020 we did need to speed things up, as I've mentioned before, pandemic hit, and we all responded with an even greater sense of urgency now. It is even more crucial that we begin to address this as soon as possible, so we can begin to see true change and true impact into our economy, both on the local level, so counties, and on our state level. So Stanley Adams is the director of the broadband initiatives for the Department of Commerce, and there's 3 key goals here of the office. It's evaluate and report annually on the extent of quality and affordability of broadband offerings. Number two is to develop strategies to facilitate construction of broadband infrastructure in order to be able to eventually achieve the universal broadband access for Kansas homes and businesses, which is our end goal and is a necessary goal. And then lastly, develop and advocate for policies that make high-quality broadband more accessible, affordable, and reliable in underserved and vulnerable communities. We can go to the next slide. Sorry. I'm talking for a while. I catch my breath here for 1 second. So we formed this year, and it was just announced recently, the statewide broadband grant program. And the name for the program will be the Broadband Acceleration Grant Program. So that will be the terminology we use going forward for it. But in March 2020, as we were kind of rushing to get a lot of things done, this was put into the Eisenhower Legacy Transportation Program bill that was signed into law and passed by the state legislature. So it included the funding for the creation of a statewide broadband grant program within the Department of Commerce. Funding for this program was $85 million over 10 years. So in the first 3 years, we will see $5 million each fiscal year, and then $10 million for the remaining 7. The bill requires commerce grants to include at least 50% of the actual construction project cost, otherwise known as 50% match. That way, again, there is a shared cost in this, and everybody has a skin in this. So if we could go to the next slide. So, the goal of this initial program is to fund projects that facilitate access to high quality broadband service to Kansas homes and businesses and communities. Obviously with the past year, again, don't need to explain it, but I think we all have people we know or love that have been impacted, that either could not get telehealth services, could not properly transition their business online because they couldn't, hold the capacity depending where they live. I mean, these are huge issues that have really hurt Kansans and have impacted our economy tremendously. So specific emphasis of the grant program is to prioritize funding on areas lacking minimally adequate fixed terrestrial services, areas deemed economically distressed, at least in this initial round. Our goal is, again, right now to serve those that need it most, get those dollars out the door. We think that will be the biggest bang for our buck in this first year. And then certainly as the program continues to move forward and hopefully we get well past this pandemic, there will hopefully be a way to address other needs as a result. But the program places greater emphasis because, again, we don't have the mapping available. So one of the challenges is we have to place greater emphasis on applicants demonstrating there is a need. And also, and this is, I know, something that the task force lobbied for and recommended, and we certainly agree, there must be a public comment period to allow providers to address any challenges or if there are any issues that they believe to be able to express those concerns to the department before any decision making is complete. If we could go to the next slide. So the program has 7 underlying factors. Just run through them really quickly. So address priorities for unserved, economically distressed, as I mentioned. It must be supported by local community partners and stakeholders through letters of support, formal partnership commitments, and the like. Share project information and associate service area data in full transparency. It is very critical that this program be as transparent as possible with the public, with the service providers. That is, the way we view this program is a partnership with everybody. That's the only way the capacity building can last long term. And again, if everybody works together, that is where we will see the greatest success. Again, you got to meet the fiscal requirements, which includes a 50% match. It must be operational by February 28th, 2022, depending on the project. Certainly, Stanley can go a little bit further into that. Include all required attestations, agreements, and required submissions by the application deadline of January 7th of 2021. We'll go into a little bit of the timeline here on the next slide. And then the last piece, which is again on the transparency side, commit to required reporting, audit, evaluation, and on-site monitoring requirements. We think it's necessary for providing state dollars. We should be able to gain that. If we can go to the next slide. So again, I mean, on November 23rd, so a couple weeks ago, we announced the program. Application submission window opened, and it did actually open yesterday at 4 p.m. Our application is up and running on our website. I think folks can start accessing it. Yep. So that is up and running. There will be a grant webinar tomorrow that we have sent out the link for. And then we would like an intent to apply by December 11th with the idea that applications will close January 7th. And then ultimately, with going through the process of public comment period, allowing for response, we would like to make awards February 28th. So it is still an aggressive timetable, a little less aggressive than Surge, but nonetheless, again, I think that this year highlights the need for us to be able to get those grants out the door. And also, in a perfect world, we would have started the process a little earlier, but again, we did have those Surge grants that we had to get out first, just because of the December 30th timeline. So that was our focus in like the summer and early fall as we move forward. We can go to the next slide. So applicants must be authorized to provide broadband services in the area they're proposed. Eligible applicants include corporations, cooperatives, limited liability companies, and the like. That's just kind of a quick glimpse at who is eligible. Won't really spend too much time on that. So we can go to the next slide. So again, to ensure transparency, the application process will include a public comment period. I think this is one of the most vital things of our program. We need it. Again, it's something that's built for all parties to be able to participate in, get their comment and allow it for full evaluation. It helps mitigate a lot of that mapping issues that we had previously. And it allows us to move forward with capacity building while not having to map it per se in place at 100% accuracy rate that we would all wish it would be. And so within 1 week of the close of applications, the project proposal and proposed service area GIS map for each application will be posted on our website for public comment period. And they're encouraged to submit comments and corresponding documentation if they believe that the area proposed to be served has service available, or if construction is underway and the proposed area will be completed within 12 months. So we can go to the next slide. Should there be evidence that there's what they would call overbuilding or the like, that portion of the grant will be, could be disqualified. And again, in order for a defined area to be considered served, we're using the federal definition of 25 download speed, 3 megabyte upload speed, and they must be generally available to all residents in that defined area. Grant, again, so our hope is that with this whole process in place, we're able to review applications in full detail, build on our partnership, and get the best possible projects funded with money out the door and projects able to be started here in the mid to late spring. And if we could go to the next slide, this is the last slide. So why the change in approach? And I think this is the important part of the conversation. So as I've highlighted, especially for those of you, I know there's a few of you that have gone through this 10 years and have been through that process. Far too long the focus was all on mapping. I think in a perfect world, I would like to wish we could go back and change that, maybe build as we map. Because mapping, in many instances, what we've seen from other states, mapping is just very costly. It's not necessarily accurate, and it takes a lot of work and dollars to be able to keep up. Every time there's a slight build, you've got to update that map. And so there's a lot of resources that have to be committed to that. So when you're limited on your resources, it's not necessarily the best way to put everything into mapping and nothing into building capacity. And so one of the points that was raised by the task force was whether mapping was even needed before efforts could be undertaken to expand access. And we agree with that. I think you can do both. I think you can look at both, but you certainly can start building capacity before you've got the map, if you've got the partners, you've got the ability to work through a public comment period, you've got the ability to be transparent, that provides us the ability to start building capacity, and we are moving forward with that. The other piece of it is that from our understandings within the industry, there are discussions on DC to be able to provide additional funding through the FCC for mapping potentially. There's bipartisanship on these proposals. Whether they pass or not, as always with DC, you never know. But nonetheless, I think it's important for us to focus on the capacity building, and certainly if additional funding is provided on the mapping side, I think we are happy to try to re-engage on that, but not without the capacity building as well. And I think the last piece is that, again, this is an important first step, right? So CARES Act funding was a great start. This grant program is going to continue to build off of that. But if we're going to keep up and ensure Kansans remain competitive in the regionally, global, national, and global market, increasing demand for quality broadband is going to be dramatic compared to what we're seeing now. And even now, it's much higher than what we've got. So we need to catch up, we need to build out, we need to have a successful Office of Broadband Initiatives, a successful grant program, and continue to commit resources towards that. And as I'm losing my voice now, I'm complete and I will stand for any questions.
Oh my goodness, you have been talking a long time, poor thing. I'm glad you have that big, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's almost done. That's a lot of water.
All right.
And I'm sorry, I should mention, if I can't answer any questions, I do have Stanley here.
Yes.
He's the technical expert here, so he'll be able to answer
Okay.
anything I can.
Very good. Questions from the committee? Representative Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. David, again, thanks. It's really great to see a program that started in the legislature come to fruition. So I'm pleased. We've been working on this thing for years, and it's great. I just have a couple of questions. One would be, in the grant process, if you have an entity, a provider already there in an area, and they're not providing 25/3. So they're classified, I guess, as an underserved area. Is there any mechanism to try to get those entities to apply for a grant to upgrade their service?
I'm gonna ask Stanley.
Good morning.
Hi, Stanley.
Yes, good to see you, sir.
Good morning.
Madam Chairwoman. The answer is that's the right approach. That such an environment, that provider would be eligible to apply.
Right.
And they're there's an incentive for them to do that, because if they don't, somebody else can. So, and we've been one of the benefits of I just not say benefit of the pandemic, benefit of the work that we've done to mitigate the pandemic is that the service provider community at large is very much aware of our efforts. We had over 60 projects in all across the state. So for the most part, I'd be really surprised if within the service provider community they weren't aware of it.
Yeah, if they don't want to see competition,
right.
They better get their act together and upgrade their service.
Built-in incentives.
Yeah, I think the hardest part, as you know, is the non-served areas. It's easy to get it to the central core, but those outliers are very difficult. But at least with new technologies, and this is not restricting a technology, if you can meet those 25/3 requirements, it's possible.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Stanley. You might want to stay on the phone. A Representative Tarwater.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to touch on what Representative Gardner was just kind of talking about with the competition. This needs to be done. And if government is going to make the investment, we need to make sure that we're not giving one company a competitive advantage over another. So in the case that we build a place out or we give a company a grant to build a place out, can other companies use those lines of transmission as well, or is it limited only to the company that got the grant?
That's a good question. We do not put restrictions or requirements on the recipients of the awards for how they use the network other than to deliver service. So it might be a little bit of an imposition to incorporate a requirement that they open their network up to other providers. I think in the long run, there's a solid point here because it's a question of efficiency. But right now, my sense of from the service provider community is they would involve that type of involvement. But they'll speak for themselves.
Right, but if you allow that kind of a competition to happen, we would not only build out the system, but we would also ensure that the rates were competitive to all the Kansans that are benefited from their tax dollars.
Right. So if I can, I want to just touch on the competitive point is a difficult one in this space.
Yeah.
One of the inherent reasons we have parts of our state that don't have quality service right now is because of the lack of a business case to support it, right? Which is the only reason you want to have taxpayer dollars involved. So if you just kind of think about kind of the challenges of the business case is barely there in some cases, and we've got providers that are going in there and paying lower margins, lower return on investment than maybe if they were in a metropolitan area. You got that going. And then on top of that, the more rural you get, if you were to have two providers, and I think competition is good. I want to not be confusing about that. Competition is good. The business case is terrible for the sparsely populated areas to have multiple service providers that are able to operate at a profit and ultimately. So that's kind of where the push-pull is for where the government taxpayer dollars should be involved in the first place. So that's why when I get on my soapbox, I don't hammer away on that one because I recognize there's a business case problem with the sparsely populated areas.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that answer. I appreciate it. Thanks, Manager.
Really good discussion. Any other questions? I have one. And I don't want, it's really more of a philosophical question. You know, I've been on utilities for a number of years, and so I know a little bit, just enough to be dangerous, not as dangerous as you are, Stanley. You're good dangerous. And we're talking about competition, and we've got the cable industry coming up after we're finished here, which is regulated. And so broadband in a way is kind of semi-regulated. But the question is broadband a utility? And that opens up Pandora's box. So I'm just curious, has there been any discussion in the task force or in the broadband office about that?
That's nuclear for me. So
and I don't want to be here breaking up the lunch hour. So
right. So I won't go on long about it. But it is a fundamental question.
Yeah.
It's definitely a federal question too. What we know for sure is increasingly, not decreasingly, we all need to have access to quality services. And we knew that before the pandemic. Now, a lot more people know, and then folks who know, it's just a glaring bright light on it now. So yeah, it's an opportunity for us to seize.
The, whether or not it's a utility, I just wouldn't really venture into that because I know that at the end of the day, the challenge is this. And again, I'm kind of showing my private sector roots. Capital dollars are put on the table, right? And they build these networks and they want their return on investment.
Right.
The American way. So it's a fundamental shift to go into a serious regulatory regime where you've got, I mean, my point is that there are serious consequences depending on how you go about it. What I wouldn't concede or back away from is the reality that it is a need, it is a necessity, definitely not a luxury, that we've got to take seriously from a public policy standpoint, I would suggest. And then I wanted to touch on this thought occurred to me earlier in the discussion. I want to just put that into the frame here as well. The Broadband Development Office, as David mentioned, what my mission is there. One of the kind of odorless gases in the space from an economic impact standpoint is we talk about the critical infrastructure and what it takes to deliver the services in the first place. The other side of the equation from an impact standpoint is getting people to use it, right? So you can have easily, and the service providers can speak to this more directly with actual data, but you can easily have coverage, complete coverage in an area, but maybe only half of the folks there subscribe, right? So over time, you are having an increase, as the things that we do on the internet increase, we're working from home, we're doing our education from home. As those types of things start to solidify in how it's delivered, that does, again, 50% is just a placeholder because it can be higher and lower. But just think about the order of magnitude of impact over time if we don't do something to address that piece of the equation too. Which is why we didn't talk much about the $10 million CARES Spark Fund, but that was actually trying to come at that part of the equation.
Well, that was a very eloquent answer to a very complicated question, and one that kind of comes up from time to time. And I'm a free market gal, so just wondered if it, if it'd been on any discussions. So
it's not actually in consideration in our office at this point. I'm happy to watch the FCC grapple with it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Representative Gardner.
Right, I hate to, Stanley, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're right. We use a couple of things. Number one, we used to classify those as utilities. And over time, now there's very, very little oversight by the Kansas Corporation Commission to Cox Cable, AT&T, the larger, the only really ones are the independent telephone companies that still are investment or rate of return companies. But we don't supply, hardly anybody has a POTS, a plain old telephone service anymore. Everybody's gone digital. Broadband was the FCC, it was excluded from Kansas Corporation Commission oversight years ago, right, Stanley? So it's sort of out there, you can make that investment. And we had a broadband task force last year we were looking at, Stanley was there a couple of times. And the problem, as he's already mentioned, companies go out and try to make business cases and they need X penetration rate and they cannot get there. People just, for whatever reason, either cost or a lot of those folks feel like they'll never utilize it. And so it's really, really been a struggle, and that's where government money really needs to subsidize to make this happen. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Stanley, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
The committee, when we return from our lunch break, we're going to be hearing from one of my, well, he's not exactly a constituent, but he's somebody that I've worked with well, actually, he helped a lot in DeSoto, but his company is in Baldwin. And he's with RG Fiber. He's brought a very interesting public-private kind of partnership solution to the city of DeSoto. And then we're going to hear from our main telecom people. So after we're done with them, then we're going to have discussion and recommendations. And Stanley, I will ask you if you have any recommendations specific for this committee, if you could just email those to Eddie Penner, and so that can be part of our discussion. And so when we do the recommendations, did I miss your question?
No.
Okay. When we do the recommendations, you know, when we come back, I'll kind of walk through how I think we should approach that. And because what we want to have happen out of this committee is that something happens. That it's not one of those reports that sits on a shelf that was, oh, well, that was interesting. Because we're not at that place. And I don't think we've invested all the time in this committee. I certainly don't think leadership wants a report to sit on a shelf. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what to expect when we get back. And if there's anybody listening online, if they have suggestions as well, I've got to get it to Eddie Penner and then Edward.Penner, Penner at klrd.ks.gov. All right. Senator Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to make a statement, Eddie has sent me the recommendations that were sent to him from you, and I've received some from other people. I made notes of today, Representative Gardner's EDA fund comment, Representative Clayton's union, and Tom Burrow had CARES Act funds, I think, that could be used to pay government workers that are forced to quarantine. And I just put that in there as a placeholder. So what I've basically done was copied and pasted all of the recommendations so far. I have sent it to Eddie. He'll send it to all of you guys so that you can begin to look through all of those, so that when we come back later today, we can kind of plow through it all in one place. So.
Yes. And I do want to call out Representative Tarwater, Representative Williams, and Senator Tyson for the yeoman's work that you have done on this committee, and specific to compiling the many recommendations. So I really, and anybody that I've missed, those are the people that I've been working with closely, and I just can't tell you how much I appreciate that as the outgoing senator from Johnson. Thank you so much. And committee, we're to come back at 1:30. Is that going to give everybody enough time, do you think, or? What's the consensus?
Our first conferee is on Zoom. And he's
the first conferee is on Zoom.
That's might be tough to push him back.
All right, so we'll just make it speedy. Thank you, and we'll see you at 1:30. Thanks for
You want me to email you if I can come up with something?
You got more. Yeah,
On EDIF.
Yeah.
That we talked, I know
the Senators Hensley and Hildebrand. Oops. Okay, I think we're, and Mike Bosch is online.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, he's ready to go online.
Well, good afternoon, committee, and hope everybody had a nice lunch. And I think we're making very good progress. So let's keep it going. So as the committee knows, broadband is an important issue. Obviously, it's an economic development issue. And for those of you that have been on Utilities Committee, it has been quite the journey for me personally to learn about the issues surrounding broadband, and I'm glad it's on the docket today to discuss. And before we get into our industry leaders, I want to introduce the committee to a gentleman that I met as he was instrumental in helping the city of DeSoto, that is just outside of Olathe, with their broadband issues that they had. And he is an entrepreneur. He owns his own company, Argent Fiber, and his name is Mike Bosch. And he is joining us with through Zoom. And welcome to the committee, Mike, and appreciate your participation.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your time, everybody. Good afternoon. Just wanted to mention a couple things when we think about broadband and economic recovery. First, just from our side of it, a little bit of background. I never wanted to be in telecom. I never wanted to do broadband. My background, I'm a software developer. I had a software development shop out of Baldwin. We got picked up by Reuters. Our story went viral and our business grew extremely fast. Unfortunately, we ended up outgrowing the internet capacity in Baldwin City. I reached out to the two incumbents, the cable company and the telephone company. At the time, the best we can get was the up to 10 meg. And candidly, for a digital business in a digital age, it was insufficient. And we struggled to keep that software business alive. Ultimately, that's what started me on this course to figure out, why are we having such a big issue getting broadband to these smaller towns? Long story short, or fast forwarding at least RG Fiber's story, we created our own software that changed the economic model. And now we are deploying that model very successfully in 7 different markets. Baldwin was the first, DeSoto was the second. With DeSoto, we were able to roll out our 3rd version of technology, which made DeSoto the fastest city in the state of Kansas, offering 10 gig internet to homes and businesses. And I'm very proud of that. Now we're rolling out that same technology across all these markets. There's a couple things I wanted to mention. Number one, we are so far behind when it comes to broadband, and it's because we keep going with incremental steps towards, let's just be a little bit better. If we look at the standards that we put in place, we're that's not sufficient. If you look at all through history, prosperity follows infrastructure. When it was railways, when it was airports, when it was waterways, back in the Roman roads, prosperity always followed infrastructure. When you look at the towns throughout Kansas who have prospered and when they prospered, it's because they were tied to infrastructure. We live in a digital economy. We have a digital infrastructure and a desperate need for digital infrastructure. The surge grants is a huge impact to moving us forward. I wish we were able to require that people put in 100% all fiber networks, because that is really what the future needs. I'm looking forward to the broadband office continuing to advance that. I hope that we continue to push forward and say gig is the minimum. Symmetrical gig is what our people deserve. But beyond that, once we get past that, and when you think about policy, what I implore you to think about is now is the time to begin reimagining what things look like, because we need leadership to do that. This pandemic has made everyone realize how critical our broadband infrastructure is, right? Think about education. Right now in the city that I live in, 60% of my property tax goes to a school district with buildings around town that are mostly empty. And I have kids. I have 4 kids that go to the school district. 3 of them are in my home taking online classes by a third-party company who's traded on the stock market. The curriculum wasn't developed by the local teachers. They check in with a Zoom and they say, "Hi, I'm here. Okay, I'll mark you down for attendance." Because that's how we always do attendance. You see their face and you check it off. There's got to be other ways. And I know there's people smarter than me in education who are thinking about this. But what does education look like in a post-pandemic, digital-first world? What does workforce development look like? I have 13 crews right now working all across Northeast Kansas, putting in broadband networks. Most of these crews are subcontracted that I've brought in from Missouri or Nebraska. I've got another one coming in today from Iowa, because we don't have the talent here in Kansas. And that's just for the construction side. We don't have the talent. We don't have the workforce development. If you look at in my high school, in my school district, kids are told they have 3 options. You can go to college, you can get your nursing certificate, or you can get your welding certificate. Meanwhile, there's a multi-million-dollar company right downtown desperately trying to hire people as fast as we possibly can, but they are ill-equipped to safely build broadband. It blows my mind. At the same time, I sit here and think about, what about job growth for the other small businesses who have had to adapt? What does that look like? What about incentives for people who are having to convert their homes into offices? Because most of my customers right now, they've all increased their plans because they have to work from home at the same time that their kids are schooling from home. And anything except for a high capacity, high performant broadband network, it won't work. They need to have symmetrical connections to do Zoom calls like this. I mean, isn't this amazing that I get an opportunity to speak to all of you over a Zoom call as I sit in a car checking on my crews? And I love this. But what does that look like in a post-pandemic world? Workforce development. What does it look like for education? What does it look like for small businesses? What does it look like for a chamber of commerce? What does it look like for all of these different industries to now go to a decentralized model instead of a centralized model? That's what I think we need leadership. And that's what the policies and the way we've done things before needs to really be rethought. And I don't know if I'm speaking to the right audience, and I know that the broadband office has grants that are going to roll out. They're going to do $5 million a year, and then they're going to increase it to $8 million. And I think that's backwards. We need to go now. We need to move quickly to get that gap closed as fast as possible. Because just when we get broadband in, we still need to talk about digital inclusivity. Yes, I can close the gap by putting wires in dirt and getting it all lit up and making it extremely fast, but who's educating our seniors on how to do healthcare? I know for me in the whole telehealth, we have a company doctor. We're very blessed to have that. And anytime our employees have been sick, they actually jump on a Zoom call with our company doctor. They don't go in and see. The doctor's not exposed. They're not exposed. What does healthcare look like in a post-pandemic decentralized model where you don't have to aggregate into a hospital bed unless you need it? These are the things that I think Kansas is in a great position for because our population is spread out. But we have to be unified and begin thinking about what does all of this look like in a post-pandemic digital first world. I can go on and on. I'm very passionate about this topic. This is the same stuff I've been preaching for 8 years now, but I want to leave some time for questions, and please hit me up with whatever questions you want. But this is where I think we really need to rethink our policies. What's slowing down broadband development, but also once we have that in place, what does healthcare look like? What does education look like? What does workforce development look like? What does governance look like? Those are the things that I think we need new policies for. We need new statutes. We need new guidance for. And that comes from you all. And I'll be praying for you guys as you're imagining what the world looks like, because that's a scary thing, to create new policies in a world that's changing as fast as ours is. But I appreciate your service, and anything I can do to help, I'm here.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate your passion. We had a good conversation when I asked you to come to the committee, and you told a story about having to drill through the rock.
Yeah.
And can you just explain what that means? You were drilling through rock, and I think it was related to being able to find the kind of people that you need to do the work.
Right. And so most of our network, we have over 400 linear miles that we put in a matter of since 2015. So 5 years, we put in over 400 linear miles, brand new fiber in the ground. So I know it's possible, and my sheer existence flies in the face of all these legacy carriers who've been selling us a bunch of crap. But here's what I've run into. Kansas, even though we're an agricultural state, it's not all great farming ground that we get to plow through. Some of the stuff we are able to plow, and we choose to put in underground. You can put it on utility poles. There's complications personally, I put mine underground because I know it's safe from rodents, it's safe from distracted drivers, it's safe from weather, which we all know Kansas decides, at a whim, it can take out all of those issues. But I don't have to worry about any of that if it's buried. The only thing I have to worry about is somebody digging. So we go ahead and do the hard work of putting it in the ground. The ways we do that is we plow it if we can plow it in. And that means we have to have a nice flat ground. Usually we're installing in the right of ways where there's a ditch line and sometimes it's congested, so we can't do that. And then we have to revert back to the tried and true method, which will always work. It's drilling, horizontal directional drilling, so we can steer the drill as it drills horizontally. And again, if it's in good dirt, that's wonderful. I've got crews that can put in 1,500, 2,500 feet in a single day in dirt. If we get then we're lucky to get 300 feet. And it takes a whole different type of equipment, and it takes a different skill set to do that. There's a lot of math involved in being able to calculate and predict where that drill will go safely. And so we don't have the skill sets to do that. I know that there's a Votex school that has partnered with Ditch Witch, which is one of the two manufacturers for our industry, but we're not producing enough students for that. That's why I'm struggling to find the people who understand the principles and how to do it safely. The last thing we want to do, as important as broadband is, as important as quality of life and economic development is, we don't want to hit a gas line and cause a house to blow up or somebody to lose their life. We don't want to hit an electric main and electrocute somebody. We have to have people who understand how to operate this equipment safely, and that requires a lot of math. And they have to have these skills to be able to do this.
So yours is mostly, well, I mean, on this topic of workforce issue. Can you find the workforce to do the job?
No, we haven't. So we brought in a lot of subcontractors from Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa is what we've been bringing people in.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mike, is there anything else you want to say before we move to our next conferee? And thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, I want to say thank you again for your service. Thank you for paying attention to broadband, and thank you in advance for some of the policies as you start to rethink and reimagine what Kansas could be and how we could retain our youth and how we can really lead the nation, because I think we've got amazing potential to do that. I don't want us to settle. I don't want us to do incremental. We have a huge opportunity to leapfrog other states, and we really need your help and leadership to do that. So thank you all. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mike. You take care out there. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Committee, let's continue with our providers that are here. And first we have John Federico, Stephen Durst with Kansas Cable. Is Stephen going to be presenting or just you, John? Okay, very good. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see everyone. It's been a while. It's more appropriate, it's good to be seen anymore. My name is John Federico. I serve as the president of the Kansas Cable Telecommunications Association. And the KCTA members provide advanced telecommunication services all across the state. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Special Committee on Economic Recovery to discuss the impact of some of the grants and where we are and where we're going. I would start by mentioning that the cable industry deploys more broadband services to homes and businesses than anyone else in Kansas. Nationally, cable's broadband product is available to 93% of US households. In response to customer demand, top-tier speeds of cable's broadband product have increased 50% each year. And at the end of the day, that's an important notion because all anyone ever wants is better and faster when it comes to broadband. Matter of fact, the entire broadband provider universe has invested heavily in order to provide better and faster. And America's internet builders have invested over $1.4 trillion of private capital to deploy broadband networks across the United States. So all of this is worth mentioning, not necessarily to do an infomercial for the cable industry, but to tell you that when it comes to broadband and any conversation about providing better and faster in the state of Kansas, it begins and ends with our industry. We are innovators with this technology. We led the charge as industry leaders in trying to get policymakers to look at putting together a long-term state plan. And Senator Lynn, I look at you and your support of that has been incredibly helpful. And as we led it from an industry perspective, you led it from a legislative perspective. The result of that was the cobbling together of a broadband task force that included industry leaders and legislators. And it was great just to get people talking about it. It sounds good on its face, but the devil's in the details and it's very complicated. And that's part of what we'll talk about today. It should surprise no one, our firm, we get out and talk to a lot of people during an election cycle, and almost invariably, every single incumbent legislator and candidate talked about broadband, wanted to know a little bit about what's going on there with grants and where we're going, for the most part, because they were hearing it from their constituents. So we're pleased as punch to be here today. We are exceedingly hopeful that the conversations and support continues as we move forward. The recent awarding of grants through the SERB program, although not perfect, was a step in the right direction, and all involved deserve high praise. The task of putting together a plan where none existed in an incredibly short amount of time was nothing short of impressive. Stanley Adams from the state's broadband office deserves high praise for what he did. He took the time to visit with stakeholders to make sure he was having conversations about best practices in other states that have statewide plans, and also to put up the necessary guardrails, as you all should be interested in any type of grant process, to make sure it's a fair process and that adequate attention is being paid to using scarce taxpayer dollars and putting it where it will do the most good. As mentioned, the end product was not perfect, but all in all was well done and provides valuable lessons and information to improve the process as the state gets ready to roll out the Broadband Acceleration Grant Program, which commits expanding broadband funding over the course of the next 10 years. To that end, an improved grant process, we would ask all involved to remain focused on several different things that we think would help ensure a successful program. First and foremost is that, again, these scarce taxpayer dollars, wherever they're coming from, they be used where they will do the best good. And in most cases, that is in unserved areas of the state where they have no broadband competition. They don't have adequate speeds. The next priority would be underserved, where there really isn't really truly competition. They have what would be defined as broadband. That's of highest priority to those providers in the state. The other is to make sure that there is call it what you want as these grant programs are developed, that there's a challenge process, a comment period, if you would like, so that you can dispute that subsidies are going to a provider where there is already competition, and then sometimes robust competition. So the recommendation would be that you would not provide those grant dollars to that provider. It's an area that's already being served. The other is, this fits into the category of tricky, where you want full transparency. Everyone wants to know where these dollars are going and for what projects, but you also need to balance protecting the proprietary information. And again, we're happy to work with Mr. Adams in fine tuning some of the language surrounding that. We want to ensure that the awarding of the grants are technology neutral. They don't just favor fiber over wireless or what have you. That doesn't necessarily work in our industry's favor, but that is the right thing to do. The other is that the solutions that are considered encourage private or public-private partnership. Lastly, we talk a lot about broadband expansion into areas where it ain't. The other thing for consideration with these dollars are investing in adoption programs, where it's there and the home or the resident or the student can't afford it. In the last the CARES Act money that was approved by SPARK, they committed $50 million to expansion projects and $10 million to adoption projects. I can tell you, representing an industry that prides itself on providing low-income families and/or seniors a low-price, high-speed internet option, that is money well spent. I have examples where Comcast in the Olathe area, they serve through their program dedicated to those low-income families and/or senior, 1,000 homes and 3,800 school children. Cox Communications, of which you'll hear, 70% of eligible students in Topeka 501 school district are connected through this program. And Charter Communications, interestingly, which serves up in the northeast part of the state, they were working through this grant process to try to get 3,800 homes connected through this program. But because of the nuances of where the money can go and spending it by the end of the year, it just didn't fit. But that, a lot of work went into that, and that is an area that will probably benefit greatly from having a low-cost option. So with that, Madam Chair, those are the end of my comments. What I would, what you're going to do is hear from Megan Bottenberg, representing Cox Communications, that serves communities from one end of the state to the other, to talk about specific projects where this money went and helped families. The numbers aren't always overwhelming. It might be a dozen homes here, 24 homes there, but the impact that it has is immeasurable. And I want you to keep that in mind, that these dollars and the technology that you're able to provide to these communities, the edge of these communities in some area, these homes, these families, that they're life-changing. So I am happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair. I can wait till after Ms. Bottenberg presents, whatever you like.
Yeah. I think we'll go ahead and have Megan Bottenberg come on up and tell her story, and then we'll open it up for questions. Welcome to the committee, Megan.
Thank you, Chairwoman and members of the committee. It is wonderful to be here with you all today. I think the last time I was here was back in May. Not much has changed, except now we sometimes can see each other. I'm Megan Bottenberg. I'm the Manager of Government Affairs for Cox Communications, and we are the largest provider of broadband here in the state. We serve 92 communities, both large, small, including Gass, Kansas, but as large as Wichita, Kansas, across the state, Garden City to Pittsburgh and Topeka down to Ark City. Thank you again for this opportunity. We were thrilled to be a recipient of the Connectivity Emergency Response Grants earlier this fall. We received nearly $1.5 million to expand broadband to nearly 600 unserved homes. These areas include 2 areas in Shawnee County, just north of Topeka in the Siemens School District, one of which was at a request from 15 years ago. They have been requesting this service for 15 years. 2 areas in Sedgwick County, one in Derby, Huckleberry Estates, and another in Keachai. And the last area, one area in Dodge City. It's actually technically in Dodge Township, 40 homes, and they just had their Thanksgiving gift. They were online by last Friday, and installations have already begun this week. The Shawnee County and Sedgwick County builds are all fiber to the home. The Dodge City build is the hybrid fiber coax, and all will be able to receive up to 1 gig speeds. We plan to have the Shawnee County and the Sedgwick County builds completed by December 31st, and we will consider those our Christmas miracles. Our crews have been working literally around the clock to get these projects finished. For one project, we have 5 crews that have come in from all over to help us complete this project by the deadline on December 31st. They're working, like I said, late into the evenings, on the weekends. We know winter weather is approaching, and so they are working as hard and as fast as possible. In fact, Dodge City, that build was delayed by about a week because of winter weather coming in. And so we have had to adjust our schedules, but working fast and furiously because we know how important broadband service is to these residents. Like Mike mentioned from RG Fiber, we too have run into problems with rock in the ground. And so that too has readjusted our plans. But like I said, we know how important these services and this expansion is to Kansans. We have had residents stop our construction crews asking how they can sign up for Cox services. One family here in the Topeka area, their speeds prior to our expansion were currently 1 megabytes per second download and 3 megabytes per second upload. Now compare that to the FCC minimum, which is 25 megabytes per second download and 3 megabytes per second upload. They could barely function during this pandemic as they work and school from home. So, in response to their 15-year-long request for high-speed internet, they painted their hay bale that says, "Thank you, Cox," because they are so ecstatic to receive high-speed internet services. Their son is a gamer, or at least that's what his dream is once he has high-speed internet. We would not have been able to build out to them or to any of these homes without a public-private partnership. And we appreciate that because we could not have done that with only private dollars. We appreciate the grant funds that were made available to this. In fact, all of our projects that we are currently building came at the request of residents and community and local leaders. And community leaders continue to reach out to me asking how else we can partner and build out to their residents. But we also recognize that while many families already have access, there are reasons why they do not adopt broadband and internet plans into their home. Since July, Cox has been working with school districts across the state to implement programs to help more low-income families connect online through our Connect to Compete program. This program offers internet at $9.95 a month to families with K-12 students who are on free or reduced lunches. Since lunch, we have formed partnerships with school districts to help sign up the kids and their families, and the families have the internet service in their name, but the account and the billing goes to the school district. Because of the partnership, Broadband Partnership Adoption Grant through the Department of Commerce and the Spark funds, the school districts have been able to help subsidize the monthly payment for each family. For example, as John mentioned, we have a partnership with Topeka 501, who has signed up 70% of their free or reduced lunch students for Connect to Compete's internet service. And at a time that we are now in remote learning for all 501 students, otherwise my child would be here, The account, this is much needed and very grateful for all internet and all families schooling from home. 501 is providing the family support and getting them signed up and subsidizing their monthly payment, helping more families connect. Cox has partnerships like this one all across the state with multiple other school districts. Even one county has chosen to take this on themselves, and they are providing and subsidizing internet service through Connect to Compete for all families who have students K through 12 on free or reduced lunches. We know this has been a difficult time for Kansans working and schooling from home, and we hope that by expanding broadband to 600 new and currently unserved homes and helping more families adopt internet plans, we are connecting more Kansans and making this difficult time a little easier. We're looking forward to the future and looking forward to more opportunities to connect Kansans with high-speed internet. And I am available for questions.
Okay, in committee, I will turn your attention to written testimony from a company out of Buhler, Kansas called Idea Tech. And I suggest we look through that because they also had some ideas that we could employ as we have our suggestions portions. So Representative Williams has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I actually have a question for Megan, and I also have one for John. So my first question for Megan, when you're talking about the broadband partnership adoption grants and you're looking for new markets, you're looking for, Cox is looking for new markets, looking for ways to go in underserved areas, have you done a full state evaluation of the school districts, the 286 school districts, to find out where the gaps are? I'm just curious from that perspective, how many of our school districts or homes or schools are still considered non-serviceable either through Cox or another entity? And I'm kind of guessing that you have evaluated the whole state to see where you might financially, it might be feasible to go with or without the grants.
Absolutely. So back in July, we initially started meeting with all community and local leaders, and that includes superintendents, city managers, asking them and saying, here's what we have to offer for adoption, and here's what we can do for your students. We had multiple school districts take us up on that offer, and we developed that partnership with them. And it really comes down to, we offered it to all 92 communities that we serve. It's up to the school district as to, what they want to do. Some school districts chose to work with us, which we greatly appreciate. And other school districts, they recognize that their students may be on an area that may not have complete Cox service. They may need a hotspot. And so they partnered with companies that provided that as well.
Okay, so then in that case, since you're only able to service about 92 different school districts, how many do you have partnerships with this grant?
I don't know off the top of my head as to how many. We have partnerships with, like I said, Topeka 501. We have partnerships with Auburn, Washburn Rural School District. We have partnerships with Garden City, Valley Center, Derby. They all received grants. Other school districts, I would have to take a look and see what else we have.
Okay, appreciate that. I also have a question for John, if I may. Thank you, Megan. John, thank you very much. Okay, so on your list, you have provided us a list of ways that we can improve the process for providing grants. And we just learned today through the Broadband Acceleration Program that there's at least $48 million that's been deployed and perhaps more, if that number is correct. So my question is kind of twofold on this. You said that the department has come to you, has come to the stakeholders and kind of affirmed what are some best practices and are trying to incorporate them. So the first part of the question is, have you provided suggestions to the Department of Commerce for this broadband acceleration program? Are they incorporating these ideas? And my second question is on the first one. You say prioritizing grants benefiting unserved areas. Are we finding, or is there evidence that out of that 48 million that there are grants that are kind of creating unfair competition in some areas? because services are already provided for that area, and so they're kind of undercutting the competition. So just two questions. One, are these ideas being implemented, or have you shared them? And two, on the first one, are we finding that we're creating conflict and competition in some areas because of grants?
To fair question and a very good question. The answer is yes. They have been very responsive and have incorporated many of the ideas from the industry into the regulations by which they're providing these grants. So the answer is yes. Some of them are lingering issues like that balance between transparency and protecting the information that you need protected as a competitive industry. They're still working on things like that, how to do it better. We are dealing with, I can't resist at least mentioning that since we are, for the most part, an unsubsidized industry as we provide our services and products, we have dealt with state and federal subsidized competition since I've been here. And it's been relatively problematic for us, but we continue to win business because of product and pricing and service. So subsidized competition has been something we dealt with from the beginning through the Universal Service Fund, which is a federal program, and the Kansas Universal Service Fund, which collects taxpayer dollars, and since its inception has handed out over 1.3 billion of those dollars back into the industry in subsidies. But that's not what we're here to talk about. That was an issue, we deal with it, we work with it, we live in that environment. On this, we didn't want the same thing to happen again. So what we're finding, because it's all relatively new, is that around the edges, we're experiencing some competition. So if you have a product such as fixed wireless that might be providing to this rural area, it's catching a part of the town, the city that already has competition. And we're working through the industry and the regulators on how we fix that. You don't want to throw everything out because it's catching some of it, and it is, you're subsidizing your competitive area. So that's the thing. Around the fringes, we're still trying to work through those issues.
Okay, John, if I may just to follow up on that, thank you, Chairwoman. So with your recommendations, then, since they have been provided to Commerce, Stanley, they have looked at them, they're integrating them, many of them, or to the best of your knowledge or mine. Do any of these need to be added to our list of recommendations? Is there one, two, others that you think still need to be highlighted, or are they all managed behind the scenes without the legislature looking into it?
We're thankful for that offer. If you'll allow us to go do a thorough review and get back to you in pretty quick fashion, that'd be very helpful to us.
Yes, I think that'd be very appropriate. We are going to be doing some discussions this afternoon. So I don't know how quickly you can put something together, but we'll work with you on that.
Okay, thank you. Really just need a minute to think about it.
Okay.
Okay, Representative Tarwell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so, we're not going to get to, we'll talk about recommendations later today, but all the conferees today were asked to provide some more recommendations. And my view is that if I'm on Commerce this year, we'll address all the issues that are put forward, even ones that come after today, because this is a moving target as we go. And so the more recommendations that we can get from the most people, that's where you find the best solutions. And so just because we put a list together today doesn't mean that we're going to do all these things. And it also doesn't mean that this is all we're going to do. So we'll accept recommendations as we move forward. Thanks.
Yes, and thanks for the clarification. I didn't mean that you had to have something in today, and probably what we'll do is make a statement, or we'll add it to the list of recommendations. We'll add your industry. I think that's probably the best way to do that.
And Madam Chair, if I could just summarize that, you mentioned two elements of a successful broadband program, grant program. We talked about expansion of broadband, prioritizing the areas of most need. We made our case about some money should be dedicated towards adoption where it is, but people can't afford it, where it'll be incredibly helpful. The last is as policymakers to support some sustained funding program. And you did that through the Department of Transportation bill, where there is money dedicated, and that's what's being used for this program over the course of 10 years. It's wholly inadequate, if we were to be honest with you, but it's a step in the right direction, and it helps families around the state.
Representative Burrows?
Thank you. And John, I want to follow up with that. You know, those of us who've been around a while remember the battle over the Universal Service Fund over the years. And we're getting away from this hardwire for landlines concept. And we talked about an ongoing funding mechanism. For years, many of us have considered those Universal Service Funds being utilized as I don't want to call it an R&D type funding, but at least a fund that could help build a stronger, more reliable, quicker backbone across this state. I mean, we talk about the rural area need, but we have urban areas that are underserved because of the cost to put in additional lines in a heavy urbanized area where you might only have one end user on a block. So I believe that some of the monies in the Kansas Universal Service Fund, we as a body should give consideration to how we utilize some of those to expand broadband. That's going to be our next generation of communication. So, Madam Chair, I might suggest that recommendation be put forward, that there be discussion and or consideration for the Universal Service Fund dollars as an ongoing, that we need to be careful that we don't deplete, and because we still have some of the issues in our rural communities, that there ought to be a way to have continual funding to the Universal Service Fund. After all, everybody's paying into it, but not everybody's receiving the benefit of it.
You know, and that's a great point, because we have had those discussions in Utilities Committee over the years, and it never seems to go anywhere. But these are different times, and so I think that that's a good suggestion. And John, would you like to react?
Well, so listen, let's be honest. So there's a lot of people that would, but I wouldn't. We in our office do business a certain way. We weren't asked to come here and talk about that, and I don't want to take a cheap shot or take advantage of being at the podium. It's an issue that's an issue. And we've worked on it. We've more or less abandoned any hope that we'll make changes to that program. 2 years ago, we brought attention to this body that the Federal Universal Service Fund has completely revamped the taxpayer dollars that they're getting. And you're right, we all pay in the back of your landline phone, the back of your cell phone. You pay into both the federal and the state. They revamped it and recommitted all of those dollars, not to equalize. I see Jim shaking his head. This is an issue he's lived with for longer than he wants to remember.
Yeah.
It's to equalize landline telephone rates for rural and high cost areas. Well, on the federal level, they said it's kind of an antiquated system. Why don't we put that money towards broadband and broadband expansion? That was 5-6 years ago. And here we stood in Kansas still supporting a system. Now, should it all be thrown out? I don't think so. That will create hardship for some providers out there. And this is a very complicated issue. But years ago, the legislature, when we were collecting $50 million a year, you passed legislation to cap it at $30 million a year. And it seemed to be okay. Is it time to look at it? We would leave that to you, but I can tell you, at least on the federal level, They have revamped the system. You've started to talk about it here. And as policymakers, you can discuss where you go from here. But we'll leave it at that. I want to be fair.
Representative Gardner.
Representative Gardner. Thank you, Madam Chair. John, I appreciate your testimony and Megan's testimony. Yeah, we've been around this subject for years. And you're right, the federal feds have changed. You know, it might be a time where maybe if we do make a recommendation, maybe it's time to get all the players together and start discussing what we can do with KUSF. I know the small telephone companies, well, it's just broadband is the issue, and we need to bring everybody to the table and start discussing what's our next step, Madam Chair. That's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to second that. And especially, you know, maybe in our recommendations, it's really just evaluating. And the reason we want to maybe take a look at it now is because we have this additional $48 million. That money could be perpetuated further. We could get more dollars from the federal government. It could end up being something that we add to. But I want to be sure that we're not hurting competition, or we're not hurting others when they're already being subsidized through the universal, and then they're also receiving broadband acceleration grant monies, and so therefore kind of getting a double advantage. So just trying to understand, making sure that these are complementary would be great. So I think just the evaluation would be helpful.
Both very excellent suggestions. And thank you for bringing that up. That's a very good point. So that you're adding that to your list, Representative? Somebody? Patty? Eddie?
Can I, Madam Chair, one quick question for Megan Butler.
Megan?
I was just thinking, Megan, the house up north with the hay bale out front, which I think was in the paper last week, wasn't it?
It was.
It was, and I know the person that lives there, of course. I can't imagine they're gonna have a Merry Christmas because they finally get to watch Netflix. Wow.
It is, like I said, it will be, not only is it a Christmas miracle for us to complete these builds in 3 months' time, during winter weather approaching, but also it's their Christmas gift. Never did they ever expect at the start of March to have high-speed internet by the end of the year.
Yeah, well, with those speeds, they couldn't downstream. I don't believe that's high enough, so Merry Christmas to them.
Merry Christmas to them.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, the House of the Hell Bay, where are they gonna pay for internet?
So our internet plans run up, I believe as little as maybe $30 to $40, depending on the speed, all the way up to $100 for 1 gig.
Okay.
And that is, and
So their prices aren't going to be inflated because of the extra expense that just, since you partnered with the state, we're able to provide the same service to a lot more people, and you otherwise would not been able to do that, right?
exactly. The prices are the exact same across the state. We would not have been able to build out to all of these homes if we didn't have the public-private partnership. It didn't make financial sense for us. Like I said, we looked at this one particular neighborhood for 15 years, every year for 15 years, and it never worked out. When we heard about the grants, we knew this was a neighborhood that we needed to look at to provide these services. So no, their costs will not be any different. We couldn't have built this without this grant.
Thank you, Ms. Madam Chair.
And this question could be for either Megan or John. So what other models of public-private partnerships have you either used, employed, or thought about?
Well, you threw me for a loop. Eagle Communications out of Hayes, Kansas, tells a great story of a tiny town north of Hayes where they wanted more robust broadband or internet service. They weren't able to do it, so it was a cost share situation. We've had instances where communities, in order for it to be financially feasible, and we're not talking about a big profit, but just to make a profit, to justify the investment, they had to work to sign up X number of customers and guarantee that if they rolled out and put the infrastructure in the ground, that people would take it. Just because it's in a community, you hear just a little bit, it's called a take rate. Just because you're there, not everyone shockingly believes they need broadband. They certainly don't need video anymore. But you'd be surprised at percentages of it's there to run great across through their home, but either can't afford it or don't want it. So that all has to be calculated as you roll out into a new community, how many people are actually going to take your service. And the more rural it is, the harder it is to justify. And the last thing I'll leave you with, because we talked about it, you'll remember this, Madam Chair, this isn't just a rural problem. There's a need for broadband in urban areas as well. If you can draw a circle around any one of the communities you serve, there's usually an issue with getting it out there. So I want to make sure that it's not just a rural broadband problem, prevalent out there, but it is a broadband problem in general.
There are many companies like RG Fiber. There's a few that I know of that are small operators, and I think they need to be included in what we're talking about here. And I don't know if that is, I don't know how you put something like that together, if that would be part of something that would be on your end, or the public-private partnership piece. But I think committee, when we look at this going forward, when you all get the chance to do that you would explore and consider those small operators out there that are providing this service, and that they somehow be folded in to be part of this solution. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That's a suggestion, a recommendation. Do you have a response for that, John?
Well, I think it requires leadership from policymakers. I think the industry can meet all they want, but you're right. Wireless companies, cable companies, rural telephone providers, small broadband providers. You have testimony from Idea Tech. They're doing some innovative things out there, RG Fiber. Absolutely, they should all have a voice in where we go from here. I think you are all moving, I can't say it enough. Compliments have to be paid to Stanley Adams, Department of Commerce, what they're doing. It was nothing short of a miracle what they pulled together in quick fashion. It can be improved on. It needs to be improved on. Sustained financing of these things and more of it, I think, is important for everybody. It's not just that they have it, but it is. It's better and faster. It's meeting their needs. You are moving in the right direction. We hope the enthusiasm doesn't die out now that you're coming into a new legislative session. The Commerce Committee could call hearings, they could call small group meetings. There's all sorts of things that you could do, but it's probably better chance of success if you all as policymakers call the meeting and let it.
I'm sure. Okay. Any further questions for the conferees? Seeing none, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was a good discussion. All right, committee. We are now ready for discussion and recommendations. And before we do that, Eddie, do you want to kind of give a synopsis of kind of how this would work post this meeting?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. What the chair had asked me to just kind of brief everybody on the next steps for this sort of process, since I think she had a few questions from various members about where we go from here. Based upon your discussion and actions that you take here in the next however long as you work your way through your recommendations, I will take that information and all of the information as you've had your meetings and compile it into this interim committee's report. And that will then go through our office's editing process, and it will go from there to the chair for her initial review, just to make sure that it is in line with her expectations for that report. And from once she approves it, from there, it will go out to all of you for your review, to review that it is substantively accurate and in line with the committee's actions and recommendations. Basically, the email that I send it out to you will set a date certain at which time you need to reply to me with any changes that you have, if you do have any, or the report will stand approved as is by the committee. That's kind of the standard approach we have. The report is provided for to go to both the House and Senate. You can also, in your recommendations, specify that you want it to go to specific committees of the House and Senate, if you so desire. That isn't something that you necessarily have to do. That is something that sometimes interim committees find to be ideal. In that case, it will not only be delivered to the House and the Senate, but it will also be separately delivered to the members of those specified committees. I believe, and then obviously what the legislature does with it from there, what those individual committees do with it from there is kind of outside the purview of this committee. I believe that is everything you wanted me to touch on. And so if anybody has any questions, I'd happily do my best to field them.
Representative Fairwater, did you have a comment?
No, Madam Chair, I was just saying, I think that worked really well.
Okay, good. Okay.
Because everybody kind of chew on things.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so let's kind of start the discussion. And I'm gonna ask, since Representative Tarwater has done yeoman's work on this, along with Representative Williams, Representative, if you'd like to, would you like to kick off the discussion, since you compiled all of the items? Would that be something you would like to do?
Well, sure. I mean, a lot of these recommendations did not come from me, but any recommendations that were sent into Eddie were worked into this. Most of it was cut and paste. There were some things, Representative Gardner's list was long, and they all started with House and Senate and Commerce committees. I took that part out, redundancy, and several people recommended kind of along the same lines, and I put together the best stuff I could, and there's plenty of misspelled and run-on sentences and all that, but it was just an attempt to get it all in one place for everybody to review. So I guess that's about all.
Okay.
If anybody has specific questions or wants to discuss any of the recommendations, we can do that. Whoever sent them forward to comment on it.
Oh, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this question I'm going to direct to Representative Tarwater. So I really like one of your recommendations, or it may have been somebody else's, under the it was on page 1, third paragraph, a special oversight committee. Naturally, we all would probably not want to add one more committee. Were you thinking more that, for example, in a commerce committee, it would be an ad hoc committee? Or were you thinking that it would be actually assigned by leadership? Or kind of where would you have plugged that in? Or is it going to be, as I mentioned, a subcommittee? And I know it's just a recommendation.
I believe that was that might have been one of Representative Gardner's, recommendations. And I think I added on the end that the Commerce Committee should have some input in the process, but you can speak to that, please.
I'm sorry, I was,
Yes.
oh, Representative.
Representative Williams, was that the third paragraph on page 1 under, the Special Oversight Committee? What I recommended, and it's been built upon my recommendation, it could be a subcommittee but I was thinking, as we've heard today from Commerce, with labor force redevelopment, with everything that we need to do going forward, bringing labor with businesses together to say what's working, what's not working, why can't we fill all these jobs? What do you need? Do we need to change policy? I mean, that's where my head was centered around at that point, just thinking, we haven't experienced this previously. Now coming out of a pandemic, how do we bring everybody together and fill those needs as quickly as possible?
And Madam Chair, may I add to that?
Absolutely.
So, Representative Carter, I was also thinking about appropriations, that in a sense, through the Sebelius administration, the Parkinson, the Brownback administration, appropriations, ways and means, they have appropriated, I believe, up to $40+ million for updating the IT system, and none of those administrations have gotten us to a good place. And so when I know that there is constant change and flux between all of us and all of the committees that we represent. But in terms of, this is so important to get it right, and we've screwed up for so long that I feel like they're going about ready to, they've had a review, a feasibility study on what to do next. And I know that in appropriations, we're not going to have the wherewithal the time to digest all of that. We really do need somebody that is in this body that can sit down with them to do the things that you may have added, but also the appropriation side too. Because I'd like to vote on something with confidence, that if we're going to put some dollars in there to correct it, or we're going to use carry dollars, it's actually going to make a difference. So I don't know if we can add any wording to that, or if we need to, or if Eddie can wordsmith it to better reflect what we want, if there is any way to do so.
Madam Chair, I agree with Representative Williams. I think maybe it's more of a possibility of oversight. I don't know, but we need to have someone responsible in charge of what's going on and fulfilling that need and or needs as we move forward, be it the Department of Labor getting the appropriations for a new IT system, reviewing their documentation. It just seems to me there's so many things going on as we roll out of this pandemic that we really need to have a close overview or eye on at all times. So I don't know if it's the Commerce part or Commerce Committee. I'm not sure that, or a special committee. And maybe that's where we combine all this on in a special committee.
Well, and, you know, there is a possibility, I think, that you keep, I mean, I think one of the things we need to think about is keeping this committee intact somehow. So maybe it's not creating a special oversight committee, but keeping the committee itself as a special committee. And, you know, maybe the first year it's the same members that are on this committee. Maybe not, that's up to the body. But there is that, I'm going to throw that out because it's kind of been discussed. And Representative Williams, do you want to respond?
Yes, Chairwoman, you've mentioned that before, and perhaps that should be added. I don't think it's in our document. Again, these are just recommendations. There are too many recommendations actually to implement. But we know that. But leadership could take a look at that and review it. So on that note, if this entity, the recovery will take years. So why would this committee be disbanded when there's already some knowledge gained, some institutional knowledge gained? And I'm not saying that we meet as a regular committee. I'm just suggesting that perhaps that is something that leadership should consider. And then from there, the subgroup could form, if not from Commerce, for this special. And there are some people in this group that are probably going to be better fit to get into the details than the entire group. I think the entire group would be too big for what Representative Arthur had mentioned. But anyway, so Eddie, maybe add that.
Okay, Representative Clayton, then Representative Burrows.
And I just wanted to ask.
And then Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask for just a quick point of clarification. I like the fact that we want to commit to giving unemployment, or giving the Department of Labor that update to the system. Is this just a language clarification? Is this hardware only, or does this have any FTEs or part FTEs? Because so much of IT now is, yes, it's the hardware and the mainframes, but now especially with virtual computing and things like that, that it's often human beings with the training behind it. And one of those problems is that, nobody wants to work in the public sector who's good at IT because we can't pay. So I want that to be considered as we move forward. I don't know if we need to change recommendation language, but we don't want to waste money hiring cheap people that can't do the job right. We want to make sure that this is done correctly, so we're doing right by our folks. So thank you.
So you wanted to add that to our
Maybe, yes. Representative, are you all right with that? Or I guess I should, my representative, are you all right with that? All right, good. Because I just want to make sure that if we're going to spend this money or suggest rather to approach that we spend the money, we need to do it right. And with that in mind, it's just bearing in mind that a lot of that cost might be spent on employees or recruiting IT employees in order to get that done. So thank you for the clarification and thank you for your indulgence, body. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Burrows. Did you want to?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kudos to Representative Harwater for putting out this memo. Let's try to listen in, and document stuff is not the easiest of tasks. So, but if I might make a suggestion, I know having been through this process a number of times, might I suggest that we revisit some of the language and I know last meeting I mentioned the finger pointing to administrations, and if we're going to have credibility among our caucuses, we need to be armed with information that's not political in nature or attacking in nature. And so I might suggest that we give, as we leave here, that how we present this to our colleagues is going to be important on how these policies move through the process. And so I did read in one phase here where it calls, we talked about a veto and we talked about the governor's shutdown. I believe we all know what has occurred, but it's almost, maybe I read it differently, and maybe I'm a little defensive from the things that have occurred in the past, but actually we spent a tremendous amount of time in the unemployment fraud aspect, and I'm really pleased to see that we didn't get into a whole bunch of recommendations, but I would encourage us to be mindful that we are a collective body that has been put together for the recovery, not to go back and rehash some of the things that we've all been fighting for, so to speak. I'd like to come out like this Kansas Universal Service Fund issue. I mean, that can really be an economic development tool for not only small business, for our rural community, but for the industry as a whole. And it may be some innovation associated with that. These are the type of nuggets that I like to come away from the meeting with, that brings out the brainstorming. I mean, we've all been here a while, and I've been through the moderates, a couple Democrats and conservative government, and the policies and the demeanor really make a difference on how we are successful as a body and portrayed in the public. But I was real pleased to see the discussion today, that how it's occurred. I would just like to see us put forward something that is amenable to policymakers and not be seen as a political separation. But kudos to Representative Tarwater for attempting to put together all the dialogue in a short amount of time that we had to listen.
Yes, and I agree with you. I'm very grateful for that. Representative Tarwater.
Yeah, thanks. Again, this was a cut and paste type thing, and the intent was really to get them all on one page, get them to Eddie, let him restructure them, without narrative, just kind of the bullet points of what we're trying to get to, the intent. So yeah, well spoken, but well said, sir, and I agree with you. We do need to focus on solving the solution or coming up with solutions to the problems rather than blaming the governor for everything.
Madam Chair.
Representative Gardner.
Yeah, I'm looking back over and reading, and it's a great job by Representative Tarwater and Representative Williams, but maybe if we could boil it down to just the specific recommendations and eliminate maybe a lot of the just comments. In other words, what is I'm going to hate to use this word, what is the peanut of the recommendation in a paragraph? And what are we trying to get across in? And I think we could maybe boil this down to a lot less, but I don't want to go through it and start doing that. But maybe what we do, Madam Chair, is just look over the recommendations, and then we allow staff to take a shot at cleaning it up.
Yeah, I think that's what Representative Tarwater was saying. Representative Williams.
Sorry, I was just going to mention it to Representative Tarwater, but that's just fine. I think that makes sense. You can bullet point by topic, but what we can do individually is that whether it's the chair or the vice chair or someone in a newsletter or a minority leader can write about their experience in the committee and put some of the information that they wanted to about it. And then that's its own thing rather than the entire committee. So that gives it, just a more fair.
Senator Tyson. Senator Tyson.
Oh, she's just unmuted herself, I think.
Senator Tyson?
I don't see her. She was just there. Oh, this is her. But I don't hear her.
I don't see that she's muted.
Yeah, she's not now. She just unmuted herself. Or somebody.
Now she's muted again. I need to tell her that.
Is she just not?
It looks like she's muted.
Oh, she's muted.
Yeah, but now she's not.
Senator Tyson?
I can see her screen.
So do you see her behind? I mean, is she there?
Yeah, she's right there on the screen there.
Yeah, I can't see it. No.
But I don't see her now.
Okay, I've been texting her. Okay, let's go ahead and take Representative Burrows while we're waiting to hook into. Oh, she just tried to call. Sean, would you take over?
Representative Burrows. Thank you. You know, some of the, we talked about getting to the peanut. When we come out here and make the recommendations, there's so many ways we can approach this. Might I suggest we give consideration? I go back and listen to some of the testimony we just heard from the telecommunications, and Kansas Universal Service Fund was brought up, and a way to expand through that. We've heard from the aeronautical industry down in Wichita, and the impact incentives or policy changes would expedite getting employment and ramping up down there. We've talked about the broadband in rural communities and or for that underserved areas as a way to do it. I might even talk about our transportation plan. We put policy in place last year in reference to our transportation plan, and Representative Preble, there were some strong suggestions made in there through this committee, and it may be that we look at maybe changing some policies that expedite getting those dollars out quicker, getting money back into the economy, so that we can, these small incentives, more loans to small business, assistance to small business. I did read through your, I believe Representative Tarwater in reference to local policies on planning and zoning, and maybe rescinding some policy restrictions that may prohibit businesses. Those are the types of things that I think we can expedite as lawmakers that won't get caught up in the minutia of political activity. These are who doesn't want to see the roads updated and expanded and or improved in their district? Who doesn't, and with that comes the jobs, comes the immediate expense for equipment. Who doesn't want to see the broadband deployment that COVID has brought forward to us? Who doesn't want to see the aviation industry survive and prosper under these most challenging of times? And how do we expedite getting those in there? I think these are some of the things I'm trying to take away from this versus some of the policies that we think that debate every year. I mean, we are in a very crisis crunch time frame. And if we can come out with those initiatives and place them forward, I think every one of us in this room could advocate in a manner that would encourage our colleagues to get on board and give those strong consideration. That was just for the committees, kind of let you know what's going on in here. It's kind of dark going here.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what you just mentioned is in here as you look through there. I think once you boil it down, it'll come to the, it'll gravitate towards the top. There are some things in here, like Representative Williams said, that we may never get to, but there were recommendations that were made by one of us or another one of us. So this is just a compilation of everything. But I think there are 7 or 8 really good policy items that can come out of this. That, I mean, I'm hoping that, most of us are on the Commerce Committee again this year, and we can negotiate our way through this, even meet individually before sessions, so we have a good plan to move forward quickly. And then, Madam Chair, if I could address something else, I think Representative Gardner was talking about pairing employers up with unemployed individuals with skills. And, one of the recommendations that was my recommendation was something, it's on the bottom of page 1, something similar to what Governor Collier is doing with the unemployment system, where looking for ways to train people that are on unemployment and match them up with companies that want to hire them. I think that is fairly successful. I think that's kind of what you were touching on earlier. And I think that'll be something that comes out pretty quickly. Thank you.
I did get a hold of Senator Tyson. She wanted me to relay, first of all, to thank you for your work and your joint work with her. Evidently, you worked as quite a team. And, as a chair, I can't tell you what a pleasure it was for me, given where I am kind of in the process right now. So I appreciate that. And also, she had a good suggestion about, for the IT portions of this report, maybe JCIT could work on those on behalf of our committee. I thought that. Okay, that's one of the recommendations. Okay.
Senator Geek.
I'm sorry. I don't think, she told me she couldn't get off mute for some reason.
Senator, I was just going to mention, that is one of the paragraphs that I added to Representative Tarwater's document based upon his comments right at the end of our morning session, following some comments from Representative Gardner. And that is the last paragraph on the last page under state government, as it relates to the Joint Committee on Information Technology. I will reach out to Senator Tyson to wordsmith that to make sure that it captures what she's going for there. Because I think that my understanding is, I think you're all on the same page as far as that goes. I just want to make sure that wordsmith it according to your desires.
Love being on the same page. It's always nice. Okay. Any other discussion, committee? So what I'm getting from the committee is that we want to scale this down to kind of a nugget by nugget. Yeah. And with Eddie's words, with Eddie's help. And then, so if we're agreeable to that, then I think we need to discuss, so Eddie, how would that work? Once you get that done, could we make a motion to, once that is completed, to move that, okay. I know, we've been given 3 days. I'm trying to just think, if you're willing to come back tomorrow, yeah, okay.
To work through the process, give us a chance to respond, and then call us back for a wrap up on that commission.
Yeah, well, okay, okay, if we're gonna come back for a wrap up, then I think it's probably gonna have to be by Zoom. I don't know that I want to bring everybody back here. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have before us recommendations that not all of us are going to agree on. They're not, I think that there could be a paragraph attached. These are the Special Committee of Economic Recovery collective recommendations that may be reviewed and for consideration in the 2021 session. And not all of them, it's not, I think that we all understand that there, we didn't vote on every single one of those. Not every single person is going to, but when it gets to commerce can review it. Or when it gets to utilities, they can. These are collective ideas that this committee came up with. In doing so, we don't have to vet every single one. We can leave it to the 2021 legislature to vet those. We can leave it to leadership to vet those. Therefore, we wouldn't have to, I'm afraid that if we even come back by Zoom, that's a high bar to jump over right now when we don't even have all the information. The year hasn't ended. So I think it's more of just, here's some ideas and that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I will say, and Representative Clayton, I'll get you, I want to say this, that all we really need to do is get our recommendations in a report and via Eddie. And then that is sent to us for our review. We can make any changes we want to in that review. And then it goes back to Eddie. He makes the changes. And then the report goes out to the entire legislature and the leadership of each house. And then they divvy up where the reports are going to go into what committees. That's how I see this going forward. And Representative Williams, I kind of missed because I was talking with Eddie. Is that congruent with what you were saying?
Sure, I was just gonna, just saying that I don't think we're gonna all agree on all the items, but I think that's for another day for another group to evaluate.
So once our reports get to the different committees, then it's up to those committees to dissect and debate within the report. Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I do understand the value of our committee, and I think that by and large, we have been very collaborative and have done a very good job. I felt very heard in this committee, and I'm grateful for that. But although we are a collective, we are still comprised of individual legislators who need to represent their individual districts. I've been reporting back to my district on this, and there are some recommendations that I will need to, for my own representation of my district, I will need to take a no vote on, and I would like to have that opportunity. I know that I will be in the minority, and I accept that, but I would still like to, it's like I'm not going to make a huge thing of it because I know it's an interim, but I have been in committees before where we've done things, by consensus, but there wasn't really consensus, and so I would just respectfully ask for that opportunity, however it goes in the review process, to have any dissent recorded on the record. Thank you.
Sure. Any other feedback on that? I see no problem with that. Okay. So, yes, Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's go ahead and take a vote now so you can get your consent on record, and we don't have to meet again.
Are you ready would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Williams.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the Special Committee of Economic Recovery product. You can fill in the correct word there, Eddie. With corrections that Eddie's going to be doing.
All those in favor?
I'll second the motion.
Second, is there a second?
This is Senator Hensley.
Senator.
Yeah, this is Senator Hensley. I'm on the phone here. I've been listening to the proceedings and I'm going to support the motion, but with the caveat that it may be subject to a minority report. That's typical of interim committees. I think this falls in line with what Representative Clayton was referring to. I'll be more than willing to keep an open mind on the recommendations that are going to come forward today, but I just wanted to indicate that it's possible that I would be drafting a minority report based upon the recommendations. I'm not certain that I'll do that, but I just wanted to give notice that that's a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henson. Representative Tarr.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I think in special committees behind these recommendations that are made, it is the other side's right to write a decision report and send that out as well. So that's a commonplace and happens with or without a vote. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so there was a motion and a second. So I'm sorry.
Oh, she asked who seconded it, so I just told her Representative Charlotte to second.
So, where was I?
Any debates?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. So our work is finished for the time being. Yes, you'll get, so we'll get an updated version from Eddie, and I'm assuming we'll get eventually a minority report rather quickly as a follow-up to the committee.
I'll work with everybody who wants to.
And anyway, committee, I appreciate your work very much, and I think this might, okay, so this will probably be, this is my last meeting of Commerce. I hope we don't need to come back. And I have one more day of meetings with the post audit, and I will just tell a little story to the committee that I cleaned out my office, like it took me 2 times because it was 16 years of stuff that I accumulated. Not all the files, but you know, all the cool stuff that you get and that you put on your shelf, and so then, pardon me? Okay. And so I went to the Senate floor because I had not cleaned out my desk, and asked Corey for a key, and I said, I'm here to clean out my desk because I completely forgot about my desk on the floor because I spent so much time upstairs. And so he said, oh yes, of course, here's your key, here's your because your key has already been inserted into your desk, and it's all cleaned out. And so I immediately gave him a hug, and I will say I shed a few tears because it's been such a privilege to serve, and I will miss it very, very much. The thing I'm going to miss most about it is the people. So anyway, I just want to thank the committee so much for your work. And we're adjourned.